Hello, early arrivers. Hello, just waiting for pre-rolls to finish. How you doing? It's Patch Word Day. Oh, there's so many words for us to read. Hello, welcome to those of you here already. So fast, so fast. I'm a little late today, once again. What else is new? But this time, it wasn't because I was like locked in my article writing or video editing dungeons. It was because I was spending some pleasant time out in the sun with my daughter. Hello, Untimely Void, Timmers and Annex, Mr. Roach, Kiwi Gal, AFK for Pizza, Xander, Corey, myself, I'm in there too. You doing White Jaeger? And a name I can't read. Hey, Timmer. Good to see you, mate. What's sun, Precious? I know, my eyes feel so strange. I feel infused with vitamin D, like I'm being overcome with energy. Hey, Shna, how you doing? Alrighty, hold on, let me adjust the musical volume for some patch note reading action. Oh, very exciting. Very exciting. Hello, g'day ZD here, folks. Welcome back. Welcome back. It is good. I am very excited to jump on for some endgame today, especially because today is the day in which they post the patch notes for the big patch. They did a thing the other day where they talked about some of their plans and things that were on their way. And I believe it is out now. This is out, I'm pretty sure. I think it just came out very shortly ago, not too long ago. That's the wrong one. Is it? Wait, is it the wrong words? No, this is right. What's the wrong one? Hello, folks. Ahoy there, Dark Agent. Ahoy. And Kirsten Magoo, thanks for the sub, mate. Love the trial video, thank you. That is excellent to hear, mate. Hey, Sebastian, thanks for the sub. Appreciate you, thank you. Merry Patchmas. Merry Patchmas to you too, mate. Now, why don't I see your sub message there? Do I not? That's unfortunate. Maybe that's a setting I need to change. I can see it over on my notifications, but not in chat, which is annoying. I enjoyed the podcast with Max Roll. Oh yeah, I want to go back there and read more comments and stuff, actually. Thanks for reminding me. I will do that later. Not right now. You guys can give me comments in real time. Oh, it's the best kind of comments. I had a really good time with that. I love the podcasting. I love a chance to chat about things I'm excited and passionate about with other people who aren't like, oh, stop talking about this, you nerd. you know, it was good. Yeah, it was really fun. It was a fun 2-hour podcast. They let me be host. Hey, Jasper, thanks for the sub, mate. Appreciate it. It's just many of those notifications a little loud. Turn them down slightly. Oh, you had the wrong emote. I see. Yeah, that was fun. If you didn't see it, the podcast is up on Max Roll. I live streamed it here, so you might have seen it on my stream. But if you did miss it, the VOD is up on the Max Roll channel. You can check it out there, or you could go find down the live stream VOD on Twitch or YouTube. Either of those work. But it was good times. Good times. So we have a big patch coming our way. The little preview we got yesterday, I believe it was times blurring together. It was phenomenal. It looked really good. So let's have a man read word session so that we can then get stuck in. Oh my god, there's a lot of words there. Okay, so I probably won't read all the bug fixes. If there's any interesting bug fixes, let me know. But that's just too many words. All right, patch 0.1.0e. How wild is it, right? 0.10. We haven't even got a 0.11 apparently. I thought this would have qualified as a 1.1. Surely, it's a lot of stuff. Did they? I feel like they nerfed the beetle even before this came out, because I was doing my exploration guide that I'm working on, and that involved going and taking a screenshot of the beetle. And I couldn't get a good screenshot of it the way it died, so I was like, I'll use the Zizaran cheat. I'll use the Zizaran exploit. And then I tried to do the reset to checkpoint, and the game just kicked me out. Oh, that's interesting. So I went, like, I destroyed the corpse, did all that. I went back and did it again, and it kicked me out again. I did it 3 times, it kicked me out each time. I was like, oh, I think they might have nerfed this already. You can now teleport between the checkpoints. All right, let's have a look. General improvements and changes. Added the capacity to fast travel between checkpoints within an area. Amazing. You know, we have the benefit of being in the game, so we can actually go try this right now before we read the rest of the words. Forgive me for pausing my word reading for a moment, because the frame rating is awful. Let me go somewhere with some checkpoints, and then we'll have a test. Why not? Why don't we go to the Lost City, right? Let's go try it. I want to see how it works, because they obviously had to like make a UI for this or something, eh? Pretty wild. So there's our checkpoint. Obviously, we would just go to the waypoint there, but it should work just fine for the testing. So we need multiple checkpoints. Now, the limitation of this system is that if the zone resets, you can't use the checkpoint travel, right? You have to have the checkpoints, which they're only there so long as the zone is still active and explored. But it is going to make potentially a lot less backtracking, which is amazing. Because that's one of my bigger issues with the game, honestly. Too much backtracking. Now with this, shouldn't they add checkpoints to maps to minimize backtracking? Oh, in like endgame maps? I wouldn't mind them doing more of the campaign stuff in endgame maps, honestly. I think that would be cool. I would love to see it. More of the like little, just, you know, occasionally throw in some of these like little campaign exploration encounters or something, and I don't know, use a bit more of that stuff. Sure, add some checkpoints around. I'm down. Probably wouldn't work the same way, but just as like a teleport to prevent backtracking or something. Slash is like a well system, right? For restoring your flasks. Because it would act that way, wouldn't it? It'd be a well system in the end. Jeezy, thanks for the 94-month sub, mate. Appreciate it. Yeah, but if you're like, you know, you missed the, say the zone exit's over here and I missed it, which happened all the time. There'll still be more improvements they need to make for that. I'm sure they'll need to still make some zones smaller and whatnot too, but let's say I did that, but I got a checkpoint over here. And I run all the way to this side of the map. And I'm like, okay, I found this, but this is not where I want it to be. Now, I don't have to freaking do a lap of the entire map, which are sometimes massive. This is honestly the smallest version of this. Oh man, it's just like a little waypoint. They kind of just use the... So it opens your overlay map. And it opens like a little... It looks like a waypoint symbol. And you just... Oh my god! I actually cannot believe it. That is so wild to me. The technology is finally here. I mean, that is something, right? Oh my god. I'm very impressed by this. Looks great. You know, I don't know if there'll be any like strange or unintended consequences here and there, but it seems like it's just gonna work really well. It's like, oh, whoops. I actually want to be back over here, you know, so I'll just go to the waypoint there. I was like, maybe I like come back here because I wanted to explore this little area. So we can't do it from here. We actually have to go to one. Fair enough. I'm pretty sure we probably can't do it from the waypoint, but I'll just check anyway. So let's say I come in here and I'm like, I get this loot and I was like, oh, whoops, I actually need to go across that bridge. I realize now. So we can go, we just run back to our checkpoint and teleport over there. Whoop, whoop, whoop. I'm guessing you can't do it from the waypoint though, because the waypoint will open this map. But if I go down in here, yeah, it only works from this. That makes sense to me. Whoop. And then we just go, carry on our way. Oh my lord, literally saved in some maps, probably like 10 minutes. No joke. Sometimes it takes that long to do the rest of the loop or something. Yeah, it's probably a little placeholder right now. Like I imagine that little, they're just using the waypoint icon, right? So they haven't really even probably made a custom one for that, which looks fine. It looks like a little strange maybe, just because, you know, I recognize it as the waypoint symbol. And yeah, maybe it needs like a little swoosh sound and a little flash of light or something instead of just the fade out. So, but obviously coding this and implementing it is probably a lot faster than having a designer make an animation and visual effects and sound effects and stuff like that. That's going to take longer, right? So I assume maybe at some point they're probably going to add this thing where you like, your character reaches out and touches the thing and goes over to the other side. But it functions. That's the main thing, right? It functions. Amazing. Amazing. First patch note, absolute banger. Passive point respecking has been made cheaper, especially at higher levels. It had relatively aggressive curve. It was so expensive. Oh my god. It cost me like 50k to respec 2 ascendancy points as well, so there it is. We have flattened that curve so it doesn't exponentially grow as much. It sounds like it probably hasn't changed too much at low levels, maybe a little bit. But up to 40 to 50% less gold for respecking between the start and middle of endgame progression. So 40% less gold at like early endgame, and then by the middle, like 50% less. I am actually planning on doing some of this today because I was going to mess with some lightning grenade setup or something, maybe. Try some Volk. I might like mess with a different tree or something, so... how much would that cost me to respec a point now? I can't remember what it was before, so I can't give you a before and after, but it was quite high. It's 2,500 now. That seems significantly lower, right? I'm guessing it's approximately 40 to 50% lower. It was probably like 5k, yeah. That's amazing. And to change like this should be even cheaper, right? Or is it about the same? Looks like it's the same. I thought the respecs of these guys were cheaper, but they seem to be about the same. Maybe they were cheaper before, but now they're both just that lowered amount. Let's see what the next ones are. Added a shortcut to open a skills advanced information display by right-clicking the skill on your skill bar. Oh, great. It's very convenient. Oh, and it pops open the window as well. That's actually really good. I do wonder if there's like a potential issue where like that happens in combat, where I'm like right-clicking, and then I accidentally right-click this. So I think that's probably going to happen, but probably not often enough to be a big problem. Added you can now compare equipped flasks when using a gamepad. Added chance shards to the currency exchange. The shard traders. I mean chance shards though. Added a button to travel to your guild hideout when interacting with the waypoint. And then onto endgame. Some people were saying that they did fix the beetle farm. Yeah, the beetle farm I expected to be destroyed completely and quickly. Hello Uber, functionally awesome. Is there an easy way to check weapon DPS? No, not currently. Some people are working on some like awakened trade alternatives, I think. There might be something that was posted on Reddit today. So maybe, but I mean, you add the minimum and the maximum together, divide by 2, multiply by the attack speed. That's how you do that. Yeah, I saw that there might be a new version of awakened trade. I don't know, how's that looking? Looking legit? There's a fork of awakened trade for PoE 2 out. Yeah, is it working? Is it safe? It's definitely the sort of software you want to get vetted a little bit, don't you? By community consensus at least. End game and monster balance. Maps no longer have additional elemental resistance penalties inherently applied at tier 6 and 11. So you just got a -10 and a -10 here, just inexplicably, in those maps. And only when you're in those. Like, I think if it went and did a tier 10, it wouldn't be there. And if you did a tier 11, it would be. Which was, by all accounts, very oppressive on gearing. And also just not communicated, right? As far as I could tell. It's now consistent across all of the end games. Same value it was previously at tier 10, tier 1. So the people who are in late maps now just got 20% extra resist. Feels good. Probably might be slightly annoying if they just geared around the higher amount, but you know, they'll be weak. They'll be resistant against curses. Sounds great. Critical strikes from monsters now deal 40% less bonus damage. That is such like a big hit to the crit multi on monsters. I wonder what it was set at. Because like in PoE 1, the default is just like 50%, right? Crit multi. So like crits do 150% damage. So what were they doing here that they could lower it that much? Chaos damage now scales less aggressively over the end game. Ah, so what this to me reads as, they have tuned chaos resistance to more closely align with the fact that chaos resistance is hard to get. So like it's not tuned around having 75% as much now. Because chaos res is hard to get. It's rare. I only have the 10 from the quest. I think a lot of people are in that situation. Make sure you get the 10 from the quest. The Venom Vials and Cruel. I thought Monster Crit was 200%? I thought it was 150. I could be wrong. I'm literally just trying to remember the Penguin video gave a shout out to you. Oh, that's lovely to hear. Welcome back, Emia. Played Chaos Inoculation a long time ago. Welcome back. Good to have you here. Monster Crit is 130 in PoE 1. 60% of 150 is 130. Oh, so you reckon they just brought it up to 150 and then brought it back down to PoE 1 levels? Ah. Crits are... I think it's worth discussing. I don't know the answer, but I think it's worth discussing. Do crits even belong in an action RPG? And I feel like I had this conversation recently. Maybe with like Jonathan and Mark when I was over there. Probably just an off-camera chat. And we were, I think, just discussing that idea, like just asking that question, even being like, do they achieve something good? Can't quite remember how the conversation went, but it's maybe something to the effect that like, it is good to have some variance, but oh no, I think this was on the stream, wasn't it? Yeah, because I remember I suggested, what about if it was like, instead of a boss just randomly critting and you don't see it, the boss does an empowered strike. So it's like, it's red and bigger. that's a crit, right? Like a visually communicated physical thing. And I feel like they like that idea, so I don't know, maybe I planted the seeds of something positive there for the future. That's right, that was on camera, that one. Yeah, I feel like just random kind of behind the scenes crit that you can't really tell except just like, oh, I died, is kind of like, to me, it doesn't achieve anything positive at least, except to be another little lever that you can pull, which is like to gear your character, build your character to mitigate crit as a checkbox. Just an idea with crit check, which I don't think is very interesting. There's more interesting ways of doing that. Yeah, I like the sound that, yeah, I like the idea that there would be, you know, the monster is obviously, the monster, the boss especially, so probably good on rares and bosses maybe, is doing something critical. It's doing an empowered strike. I think Fist of War is like the perfect design for, you know, bosses or monsters to use. It's like, oh, they're doing a Fist of War one. I can see the fact that they're just gone and charged up and, you know, like are clearly enhanced in some way. This one I really got to dodge. Anyway, I'm getting off track. Ground laser and ground lightning abilities used by ruined knights in expedition counters deal substantially less damage. The waystone modifier that adds burning ground no longer increases in coverage or area with higher tier waystones. I had heard that it was like, the joke was, area contains patches of non-burning ground. You know, implying that the entire map was burning and there was just these tiny little safe spots to stand in, which, with how much you really want to be moving around a lot of the time in this, doesn't really work. Apparently it's doing a lot of damage too. So, seems an issue. Siphons flask charges modifier monsters, drains 10 times less flask charges. It's such a, like, large reduction, 1/10. This was unintentional, okay. That makes more sense then. Because it's like, they're obviously way off in the balancing if that was intentional. Disabled Volatile's Crystal. I hate them. Amazing. Good. To be revised in future pending telegraphing improvements. Amazing. Yes. Tiny little things that you don't see that kill you should not be a thing. Right? Amazing. Also, they were one of, I feel, the main things that felt like an on-death effect. They weren't really on death, but they would linger after the mob was dead and you'd be looting and they'd hide behind the loot labels and then kill you. So, yes. Turn them off. Turn them off. Redesign them. Back to the drawing board on those ones, please. Extra 0. Oopsie. A drain flask charge is based on PoE1. Oh. Oops. The Trail of Fire monster modifier deals less damage and lasts for 3 seconds, down from 5. Trail of Lightning now lasts for 4, down from 8. So they're cleaning up a few of these lingering effects. Amazing. I'm super happy about that. The Trail of Ice monster modifier lasts for 4, down from 8. So they've halved the duration of these, lower the damage of the fire one. Amazing. Purple explosives created by volatile plants now deal significantly less damage. Those were very spicy. Packs of prowling chimerals in maps now contain less of the prowling chimerals and spawn alongside some zombies. Oh, were those the lion things? I had noticed that they were just like really mauling me. Right? Is that those things? They kind of look like lions or something. Yeah, I think that was them. They were, because they really like jump on you. And there was quite a lot of them, so it was a bit difficult to deal with for sure. So they're making them be more like the special monsters of the pack. I like this mixed pack design thing as well. Fixed an inconsistency in different types of packs that could spawn during Breach. You should now see more different types of monsters appearing on an area-to-area basis. Breach is very spicy. I think they toned it down a bit. It was definitely quite wild. Volatiles spawned by the Volatile Fiend's Trial of Chaos modifier now accelerate over time. Right. So you're not having to like chase them down yourself. They will catch you, so you have to deal with them. That's good design change. They did that with Volatile, you know, back in the day and that sort of thing. Yeah, and they don't pile up as much. True. That's a good point actually. Why am I not following? Thanks for correcting it, Nub. They are very aggressive, they are, those ones. I think this patch is out now, yeah. Stormcaller Runes Trial of Chaos modifier are now smaller. Take longer to charge up when standing inside, and give more time to escape once triggered. The runes now also get larger as the modifier is upgraded. Now, do these ones still spawn in boss fights and stuff? I guess they probably do. But it sounds like they're making it a bit more reasonable for that, though. Improved hitboxes on a number of abilities used by Blackjaw. That maybe people were struggling with Blackjaw more than they should have because he was a little bit, like, poorly tuned, it sounds like. Crossbow variants of the decrepit mercenary monsters that deal fire damage now deal less damage. I remember, like, in early hands-on, I was like, these guys are terrifying. It's funny now to see them a patch note about them getting nerfed now, actually, because I really remember those guys specifically. If they're the ones that shoot, like, the fire, like the Dragon's Breath shotgun blasts in Act 1, I think that's them. That's probably those ones. I was like, oh my lord, those things are terrifying. Trial of Sekhemas improvements. Oh, honor damage now scales down based on distanced enemies. You take 35% less honor damage in close range. Amazing. This plus the video I released today from our testing earlier. Oh wait, hold on. If you didn't see it yet, I'll just put up a video on YouTube that is about beating the Trial of Sekhemas, making it super easy basically, and how like effective relics are. I updated the max roll guide too, actually. Not as much as I wanted. There's still more I want to do. This guide's getting ridiculous. Like adding like 1,000 fire damage hit with fire res goes down to 250, then with honor res goes down to 63 damage. So like you could do some stuff to make this way easier pre this patch, and now with this plus the patch, if you ever were like, Trial of Sekhemas, hate it, can't do it, too hard, the mechanic doesn't work for my build, I'm a warrior, life is suffering, I cry, I eat ice cream in the shower while crying every night. If you were like that, then check out the guide, take advantage of the patch. Now's the time to get that third ascendancy. You know, maybe that fourth even. Good stuff. So, and anyone can take advantage of that, but obviously it makes a big difference for melee because they have to be right there. So they're going to be getting this anytime they're engaged with the monster directly. Fixed a bug where damage over time is dealing 3 times as much damage. Yep. Myself and many other people noticed that one, didn't we? It's like the poisons from the third boss, and I thought it was just chaos res mostly, but it was apparently also doing a lot of extra damage too. So not only that was it doing 3 times as much damage, but there was a bug where honor resistance. So if you did that, because I was like, this is the only stuff that really still hurts me is damage over time. It was much more manageable, but it was only applying to 2/3 of that damage for some reason. So like it was doing 3 times and the resistance was only working on 2/3 of it. So let's say it was supposed to do like 50 damage per second. It was doing 150. 100 of that would go down by 75 down to 25. But then you get the other 50 added on top, so you'd actually still be taking 75 damage. Still way more instead of 50, you know. It's kind of confusing for us too. Yeah, that's wild. That sounds like there was an oopsie going on there. Skitter golems no longer use basic attacks and now just explode, as their attacks were largely unavoidable when in melee range. I had noticed a couple of those. That was one of my kind of concerns about the chip damage for melee. It's just like the ones that do little punches that you can't, there's no signaling on. Because a lot of their actual abilities are really good. They have long signaling and are very, you know, manageable. You either stun them or you sidestep or you dodge roll, etc. Yeah, some of their basic attacks were difficult. So now it's just their like signaled explosion. Serpent Clan burrow and ambush attacks, probably similar thing, just a bit hard to avoid. Improved visual telegraphing and cannot be used from as far away. Nice. The volcanoes created by Rattlecage's fissures now last half the duration. That's interesting. I thought Rattlecage was pretty manageable, but if he started standing on them and you were struggling with the fight, then you would get into the position where they would like really build up and you just couldn't engage. So I imagine for melee especially, this is a really good change. So I didn't identify that one personally, but that's mostly just because I was playing at range, I think, and killing him pretty quick. Added keyword hover for honor mechanic in the Trial of Sekhemas. Amazing. So multiple mechanics changes that are better for everyone. This is just going to be a little bit less damage taken for everyone. The damage over time thing is probably the biggest thing for everybody. But melee benefits a lot from this, obviously. Everything melee benefits from. Can't insane how they get all these changes done so quickly, especially because like a lot of them are on Christmas holidays right now, which is very well deserved. Think about this, right? Like we just started playing this game like a week ago, right? And that's when to us we go from 0 to 100, right? We weren't doing anything Path of Exile 2, and now all of a sudden we want nothing but Path of Exile 2. For them, it's been the opposite. They've been going at 100 for quite some time now in the lead up to this moment. So they have to obviously make changes to adapt to the things that are like really really bad and affecting people's fun a lot right now. But they got to take a break, man. They got to, if not now, when, right? They got to take a break. So, yeah, a lot of them get on holidays now. I did not expect this much pre-Christmas, but hopefully this and like maybe, you know, just a couple of little small things that get identified can be done on a smaller crew. And then they can have some proper rest and then, you know, come back in the new year. I think like this could carry through to into January, I feel, right? Until after New Year's. Skill balance. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. Yeah, crashes and stuff like that would be good to make sure that, you know, you get the majority of those sorted out by Christmas so that a lot of us can just have fun over Christmas and be like, cool, let's save our feedback up and let's look forward to some cool patches in January. But not expect anything for a while, but the game's in a good enough state now to enjoy until that point. So I certainly wouldn't expect any other big patches from here on out, but you know, we'll see what they do. Rolling Slam Second Slam now deals 50% more damage to heavy stunned enemies. Sick. Ice Shot Shard Secondary now gains additional projectiles as it levels up. Ice Shot Shards. Tongue twister. Now targets within a 90-degree cone. It also now travels further base to be tested and iterated. So they're still not sure if it's where it needs to be. Ice Shot and arrows and projectiles are now smaller and have the same size as other arrows. Sounds like some big buffs to Ice Shot. Electrocuting Arrow base duration. 25 up from 12. Double quality bonus. Barrage has 25 less damage down from 60 less. Oh my lord. Some scaling per level. Barrage now has 2 repeats up from +1. Huge buffs to Barrage, it sounds like. Shock Chains, Arrows, Shockwaves now deal 100% more damage. Sniper's Mark cooldown reduced from 6 to 2 seconds at all levels. Combat Frenzy can now gain a Frenzy charge no more than every 3 seconds, down from 7. And 1.5 at 20. Stormcaller Arrow Bolts now gains additional impact radius as it levels. Stormcaller the crossbow one? Or is that a bow one? Because I have a Stormcaller-y sort of thing, don't I? Which one is that? I have a skill here. No, that's Storm Blast, not Stormcaller. Vine Arrow's damage over time has been adjusted. It's now slightly higher at lower levels and substantially lower at higher levels. The intention of this ability, I did hear someone saying, what was it? Who was it? Maybe on the podcast or something? One of them saying that like, oh no, this was another conversation somewhere else. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Someone was saying like with gem level scaling, the base damage was hitting in the millions. Like if you got enough gem level scaling, it was actually just the base damage was that. Like, you know, endgame Pee-wee 1 levels of scaled damage as the base. It was like, it was 700,000 base damage at 40. Okay, that was it, I guess. All right, let's see. Jungaron posted a 99.5% reduction from Vine Arrow. Oh, is that like the new damage? yeah. I mean, I guess the base damage probably reduced by that much at that level or something, was it? Yep. I'm curious about how that one came to be. I'm guessing that was like a plug in a spreadsheet, a math formula, but then not really look at what it actually calculated it out to. Hopefully it's still a good skill. It sounded like it warranted a nerf, but hopefully they got it right. You know, I would never expect them to get it right first time around with this, but hopefully it's close. Tornado Shot's damage over time has been adjusted. It's now slightly higher at lower and slightly lower at higher. Substantially lower at higher. The intention of this ability was to propagate your other bow skills as opposed to doing an immense amount of damage itself. Well, it sounds like the bow character is going to have some new builds to play, potentially. Magnetic Salvo can now only use your stuck lightning arrows as opposed to those created by your party members. Increased the damage growth per level on Unearth. I'm guessing this was like allowing people to stack up like just a huge amount of arrows from a party and then blast them. Oh. Increase the damage growth per level on Unearth. Bone Storm, Bone Cage, Bone Blast, and Power Siphon results in approximately 50% more damage at gem level 25. Increase the damage growth per level on Essence Drain, Contagion, and Profane Ritual. So Chaos and Bone skills have been buffed a bunch, it sounds like. 33% more damage at top end. Bone Cage based crit has been increased. Skeleton Arsonist Spirit Cast. Now match the Frost and Ice Mages. Making them more expensive or keeping the cost early game same. So it's just like level scaling of mana costs. Bone Offering Explosions, now more crit. Resonating Shield, Shield Charge, Shield Wall. Have 6 to 8 physical damage per armor on your shield at all levels. What did they have before, or did they not have that? By now it was a straight nerf? Of course, yeah, it sounds like it was doing a ridiculous amount of damage at high gem levels. You know, hopefully it's still a useful skill, even if maybe it doesn't serve the same role. John was saying something about the most major nerfs seem to target overpowered single button builds. Yeah, well, I guess that makes sense because A, they want to try and support the vision for the gameplay, but also B, it's easy to swap those, right? Like if a single skill is just giga-brapping things, that's really easy to identify as a problem because you're not having to think about the complex interaction between these skills and which thing do we adjust and whatnot. Radius up on Resonating Shield, Shield Wall Explosion, radius up. Shield Wall can now create extra walls. Siege Cascade has a faster attack time and searches for targets in a larger radius and does more damage against, 50% more damage from 200, so it does less damage against immobilized enemies, but is more of an AoE, it sounds like, and faster. Cascade Explosions, oh wait, no, there's a second line. Always read the next line, eh? Explosion deals 167% more damage, accounting for the decreases in damage against immobilized enemies. Oh, so they just gave it that damage without it being contextual. Siege Cascade now has 30% less reload speed, down from 50% less. So faster, bigger AoE, less contextual. Sounds like a big buff for this thing, eh? I just spec'd out of Ice Shot and they buff it. Back you go. Memories. Thanks, mate. Appreciate it. I left a map and it DCs me, and now I try to log into the character, get DC'd. That sounds like an instance died. You probably have to wait like 15 minutes for the instance to disappear. Then you should be able to log in. Especially if you can log into other characters. It sounds like a dead instance. The fact that the game tries to resume you in that instance is probably causing an error. Plasma Blast now has 47% more damage with its initial hit and 25% less damage with its explosion, causing to rely less on colliding with walls to deal enough damage. Less kind of degenerate wall banging gameplay, huh? Artillery Blister's explosion radius increased and damage increased. So there's some 2 crossbow skill changes for us to take note of. I was wondering if I was going to mess with Plasma Blast a little bit. I'm pretty sure that's this one, yeah. Yeah, Plasma Blast. Gathering Storm's Perfect Dash now deals 53% more damage. Wave of Frost has more freeze build up. They did change freeze as a baseline, so this might be compensating for that. I think it's still pretty good though, right? The freeze stuff. That didn't seem like a huge nerf. I didn't notice any change to my stunning. And they changed that too, apparently. Staggering Palm's duration now scales with levels. It has 6-second duration at level 1. Scaling up by 1/5 of a second. Staggering Palm's projectiles now deal 20% more damage at all levels. I think that's the wind one, right? Concoction skills from Pathfire Ascendancy now consume 3 charges from Mana Flask, down from 5. Damage has been increased and deals 66 more damage when the skill is level 20. I had heard that the ones except Poisonous, maybe, were pretty weak. In addition to the base, added damage has been increased by 50% for all concoctions, with Poisonous and Bleeding receiving greater damage buffs. Oh, I thought Poisonous was the better one. Okay, maybe not. Fulminating now has critical strike chance increased. Shattering as well. Explosive, 100% more chance to ignite, 100% more magnitude of ignites. Fulminating Concoction now is they sound like they might actually be good now, right? Actually usable. It was pretty wild, the idea to spend 70 points to get a skill that was maybe not good. They're supposed to be kind of supporting skills, not main skills, but if they're going to be that and you spend points on them, they need to be bloody good supporting skills, don't they? Freeze itself isn't changed. Chaining freezes is nerfed. Well, that to me is like a change to how freeze functions at a fundamental level, right? Like, effectively, enemies are more resistant to subsequent freezes or something, right? Hunter's Talisman passive skill notable now grants +1 charm slot. So they made these like way more accessible. It's like level 20 or something. Small passive skills leading... Oh, this is a node. Small passives leading up to it now grant the stat it formerly gave. Charm helper text has been updated to indicate you cannot have more than 3 charm slots unlocked. So we can add more sources of it in the future. Okay, so there's a way of getting that on the tree now. Added a new lightning damage and electrocute cluster to the passive tree in between ranger and monk sections. Heavy frost notable passive now causes hits to only ignore enemy resists of frozen enemies if their resistance values were positive. Supercharged slam now builds up stages slower but gains more damage per stage. It may display incorrectly until later patch. Electrocute is harder to build up. Right on the day I was decided to patch and finally try a voltaic like I'd been planning. Did he miss Stormblast bolts? Did I? Oh, I apparently did. Yes. Wait. Stormblast is this one here. It is. I did. Stormblast now has a maximum of 30, up from 9 maximum bolts. Stormblast bolts now has 5 bolts in the clip, up from 3. I was actually thinking about trying this one because it's kind of a detonate skill, right? Yeah, it's a skill you detonate. I was like, this could play nicely in a Grenadier setup, maybe? I don't know. I was thinking about messing with that one as well, so that's exciting because there's not really any other lightning grenades. Like if I do voltaic and flashbang, then there's no other like... I can't like make cluster grenades lightning, not in any obvious way. I don't think there's any conversion on the tree for this. We just look for convert. That converts there. What else? There's like Avatar of Fire. There's life conversion. In a build sounds like I bleed. To be honest, probably less than my current one. Converts all energy shield. Yeah, I don't think there's any elemental conversions on the tree, which is funny because, you know, we had that in Peri 1 with like Ranger having some cold conversion and stuff. Yeah, I haven't really seen any, like easy ways to do this. There's not really even support gems for it, is there? I find a support gem 3 here. So let's just say we looked at cluster grenades, for example, and typed in lightning. Shocks from supported skills do not expire on ignited enemies, so you can do some synergistic stuff there. Lightning exposure, magnitude of shocks, lightning pen, lasting shock, conduction. The best you can kind of do is lightning infusion, which is, you know, kind of conversion. Can only do that on one though. And I think we can also do innovate, which is gain added lightning. Great video on running the new Sanctum. Good work, man. Thanks so much, Jugular. There's a funny glove for splitting LE damage 3 ways. Actually, I do have those, but I don't know if those would help me. I did actually find those. These ones, yeah. Elemental converted to cold, fire, and lightning. The problem is it doesn't convert physical, and like 80% of cluster damage, or 60% depending, is physical, so it doesn't do anything for physical, sadly. Yeah. I don't know why it isn't like all damage, maybe. That would have been maybe a bit more. We could have done something with that, possibly. But it would it'd be actively bad because it would change some of my lightning into fire and cold, right? Which I don't really want. It's not useful for me. So Stormburst has a slower reload, but stores more stuff. So it sounds like you can kind of build up more and then put more down with it. Sounds pretty cool. And it sounds like Scatter Shot might be better on it too. Have to test that one. Thanks for noting. I did not see that. Heavy Frost notable passive only causes hits to only ignore enemy resistances of frozen enemies if their resistance values were positive. I don't think you could get negative. Okay. What were we actually up to? Subcharge, difficult to chain freeze enemies by reducing the amount of freeze buildup applied after a freeze has been applied. Oh, so that's like actually applying freeze while they're already frozen? Oh, that's interesting. I didn't know that you could do that, honestly. Added a marker if... Oh, surely that doesn't work. Sure, they have to unfreeze first. I imagine it's like a little delay afterwards where they're a bit freeze resistance after they've been frozen. So when they stop, right? Thanks, Argos. I'm glad you enjoyed it, mate. You can get negative, just not with pen exposure. Just not with pen. Exposure can reduce. Wait, you can? I didn't think you could reduce to 0 at all with anything. That's interesting. Today I learned. Where'd you find out about that? Is it on like the penetration tooltips or something? There's a window of about 8 seconds where they have freeze resistance. Okay, I imagined it was similar to the stagger bar thing for stuns, which you can actually still stun them through, but it makes it harder, which is good. Pen is only supposed to not go negative. Okay, so its other ones still can, just only not penetration. Oh. Well. Interesting. So how does it work then if you, let's say an enemy has 50 resist and I have 50 penetration, so I take them down to 0, but then I have also like oil grenade, which is lowering them by another 26. Are they just still at 0 because effectively I lowered them from 50 to 24 and then my penetration took them to 0? Or does it go the other way around? Penetration occurs last? That makes sense. So you'd still go to 0, yeah. So adding resistance lowering effects is only good to a high penetration setup, in so much as that it gets you down to 0, or if it gets you below 0, in which case you probably don't want penetration. You either go pen or exposure or curse. Well, it sounds like you could still do both if it's getting you to 0. So like enemies at 75, you have 50 lowering and then 25 penetration. That still helps, right? This design does explain why you can get like penetration on jewels and stuff. It's really good until you start getting other stuff, in which case it's not so good. But that's why I stopped using the penetration gem, for example, because I realized it wasn't really going to be doing anything. So Heavy Frost doesn't penalize you for using curses exposures now. Heavy Frost only causes hits to only ignore enemy resistance of frozen enemies if their resistance values were positive. So was it actually like penetrating them back to 0 from negative numbers? Wait, what? Surely not. Added a marker effect to Ember Fusilade's preferred target. Don't know what that means. Added the Tremors support, which could be used to give multiple more aftershocks to skills with a damage penalty. Sounds fun. Bidding support, which can be used to give more damage to command skills of supported minions. Fire exposure, lightning exposure, cold exposure gems no longer penalize damage. They now have a mana cost multiplier instead. That sounds like a great change. I might actually consider using those ones now. Definitely much more considering using those now. Especially if I go lightning setup, because oil just inherently lowers fire res, but we don't have an equivalent for lightning. It only applies fire exposure, right? Interesting. Yeah, that exposure change is a big deal. The electrocute support no longer penalizes damage and now prevents all the supported skill from being able to shock. Oh shit. Hold on. I may have to update my Maxwell thing. Let me see. Okay. I'll take lightning infusion, conduction, lasting shock. Yes, wait, hold on. And what did they just do? Hold on. Which one? The electrocute support no longer penalized and now prevents shock. Oh, it's just the electrocute one. We weren't doing that. That's okay. Right, that's the support that adds electrocute to another lightning skill. Voltaic inherently does that. I see. Phew, saved. Supported skills cannot inflict shock. What did it do before? I'm surprised it didn't do this. Lightning damage to supported skills contribute to electrocute instead. Cool. I actually thought it already did that. That's weird. Saved. Don't have to update my thing. It wouldn't take me long, but saved me one update. I've done so many. Look at my change logs. Lacerate support now grants 50% chance to bleed, up from 30. Envenom, 50% poison, down from 60. They equalized those, looks like. Impact Shockwave now has an aftershock radius increase. Bidding Support now grants more damage to minion commands up. Considered Casting now only supports spells you cast yourself. Hard to consider it if you don't do it yourself, I suppose. It now also grants 40% more spell damage, up from 25, and a higher degree of less cast speed. The Aftershock support now has more chance to cause an aftershock. Good, good. Mobility support no longer has a damage penalty, but applies 30% less movement speed penalty, down from 40. Sounds like a mega buff to the mobility support. It lost its damage penalty and it has less of a move speed penalty. Nice. Oh wait, no, less move speed penalty, so you go a little slower, but you don't lose any damage now. Okay. Wrong way around. Execrate support has 100% chance to inflict ailments from 50. Which one was Execrate again? That's Execute. No, obviously it doesn't work on here. All gems, there it is. Supported skills have 100% more chance to inflict ailments. Supported skills have an 8-second cooldown. Ah, yeah, it's like the Expanse one, where it adds a big cooldown, but makes them much more effective at something as it turns them into a full support skill, basically. Ricochet support has 40% chance to chain from terrain, up from 20. Withering Touch support has 25% less damage, down from 50. Ferocity support now has 40% more skill speed when consuming a frenzy charge, up from 30, faster. Changed the Wild Shard support gem to fire projectiles in a circle instead of a spiral. Oh, spiral sounds pretty. I guess it was bad for some reason. Decaying Hex now deals 60% of intelligence as chaos, up from 30. It's in scaling like that, is it? Stomping Ground support, Shockwave, now deals 80 to 120% of your strength as physical damage. I didn't know we had like these sorts of scaling things. That's fun. Up from 20 to 30. That got substantially buffed. You might want to look at that Stomping Ground support now. Playing melee. It was shotgunning, was it? Oh, because it was effectively a barrage. Ah, I see. So it wasn't bad. Well, it was bad, but it was bad and that was overpowered. So charm modifiers on belts have been made more common and now appear at much lower levels. Symbolism at 23 now. I think they were all at endgame before. Of Inscription is at 64. So we actually might see those now. Unique item, the Adorn, now applies to Time Lost Jewels. Time Lost Jewel modifiers of regeneration now applies increased life regeneration rate. A higher amount of it. Existing version, not update unless you divine them. I don't know that you'd do that. Fixed a bug. Oh yeah, I wasn't going to read through the bugs. Unless there's something super interesting you want to point out to me from the bugs, I have read enough words for now in which to do game. I'm sure there's some interesting ones in there though. Armor explosion is no longer recursive. It was recursive. Oops. Fixed a bug where explosion from armor explosion support could trigger itself recursively. So the explosion was causing damage that was stripping their armor, that was then causing more explosions. Amazing. Was it just speeding up and going brrrr until the monster died? That's hilarious. Bug farming? Oh yeah, the bug! What was it called? The 9th treasure? Treasure? No, it's not listed as that apparently. What is it actually called? It's labeled as a corpse. Fixed a bug where certain, we know which certain one, rare monsters could respawn at checkpoints after consuming their corpse. Okay, it's nice that they just did it that way. I was worried they were going to nerf its loot or something. They just made it so that it won't respawn. Great, that's a far better solution. I knew that was getting nerfed. My jaw dropped to the floor when I saw Ziz doing that. I was like, oh my god, he's not. The moment it was like, I'm farming the bug, I'm like, oh, okay, cool. He's resetting the thing and running the bug. I get that. But then he pressed escape and reset from the checkpoint. I was like, no, Ziz. No, tell me it isn't true. No, Ziz. No. I told him in the podcast. Before the podcast or something. What's my highest level gem here I can actually do something with? Looks like I got some 15s. Maybe? 15? Pretty sure I don't have any 16s in here. 15 uncut skill gem. I might need some of these. I don't think I'll need the spirit gem, just in case though. Support. Grab some support 3s. Someone wants to buy a thing. Now with my reduced cost respecs, I may be able to do some tinkering. I'll post the patch notes in the chats for you. I don't have the gem tab. I actually tried to get a pack and buy the gem tab, but I could not get through payment processing for some reason. Very annoying. I'm gonna have to figure that out at some point. Oops, I didn't post it on the YouTube one. I'll post it in the other chat for you as well. There you go. Whoops, hold on. What one did you want? Sorry, one sec. Gold trimmed boots. There you go, buddy. Yeah, I used the checkpoint thing. That was the first thing I did. I read that one patch note and then I went and played with the checkpoints. It was awesome. Yeah, it's obviously like a little placeholder in that it doesn't have any like visual effects or anything or sound effects currently. It's just like a fade to black, but it's functional. It works very well. It looks good. It looks very good. All right, let's have a look. So I've been wanting to mess with voltaic grenades. Of course, I picked the day where they nerfed electrocute build-up, but I think I might do it anyway. Also, it seems like jeweler's orbs are just not going to happen. They're so rare. So I might do this varling shenanigans, I think, on some of these guys. So I have level 15. I'm starting to get level 16 ones. I'm going to varl voltaic. Let's see if we get a socket. I have to empty it first, then. All right, give me my Varl orbs. Let's do some gem varling, see if I get any 4 links. So there's like it's maybe a 1 in 5 of getting a 4 link from this. If you do, you can't do anything else with it from that point onwards though. I got the extremely boring option of nothing happened, but what we can do is, as long as I have some jeweler's orbs, I can make more and try again. I wouldn't mind putting the skill that I'm maybe going to mess around with most into making it into a 4 link if possible. So there's a 3 link, or I guess it's technically a 4 link, 3 support socket. Why did I get nothing happened all the time? I hate that result. The result slays me with how boring it is. Add another one. Thankfully Varl orbs and lesser jeweler orbs are quite cheap. Is it seriously nothing happened again? You can keep leveling it after this, but you can't add quality and you can't add extra sockets, so it's stuck as a 4 link. But thankfully that's like pretty easy to, you know, fix again in the future maybe. I'm gonna need more 15s, eh? Got any more 15s in here? Spirit. Thankfully a few in here. Could have been minus quality? I guess, yeah, maybe they went into negative qualities. That sounds about right. Sounds like something that would happen to me. Surely I get this, right? Surely. Okay, make it a 3 link. 3 sockets. Gotta change my terminology. -1 levels from corruption. Boo. Boo. I would also accept +1, I suppose, but it's not really that good. Last one I can do for now. Nothing. So I'm guessing a lot of negative qualities or nothing happens going on here. Well, that's unfortunate. Do I have another one somewhere? I feel like I do. Voltaic. That's 12 though. It's not much good to me. Gonna have to go farm some more level 15 gems then to do that. Yeah, don't really want to do it on a 14. I could, and then just upgrade it later. I guess that's fine. It's probably fine to do that. Oh, I'm out of jeweler's orbs too, though, aren't I? How much are the basic jeweler's orbs? I think they're pretty cheap. $6 to 1? So cheap. It's good to me. Here we go. Yeah, it'll work on the 14. You watch. Okay, 3 socket. No. Next one maybe. Man, if it is 1 in 5, I'm definitely correcting for someone else's RNG right now, we'll say. Oh my god. Oh my god. Wait, is this another 15? Oh, I had a 15. I'm blind apparently. I think it's 1 in 7. Well, what are we at? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So then surely this one, right? I'm due. I got +1 level, so there's a 16. So that's my best outcome right now, I suppose. We get another 14. All right, one more. Come on. I want that extra support gem slot. -1. It went down to 2. No! No. Such garbage. Can I... I'm guessing you can't reforge them. Well, these ones are going here in the vendor, I guess. I could chuck up some 3 sockets for sale, I suppose, but they're only worth 1 gold. They're only worth a gold. Here, I'll keep 3 for people who just want a 3 socket for cheap. Even though it costs like 1 jewel, 6 jewels are like 1 or something. No, I got more 14s. I need more Varlobs now though. How much are Varlobs? 3. We get them if we do a bundle of these. I think we can maybe get 7. Competing trades 34 stock. Do I want even more than that then? 9. That gets me them at 3 to 1. That's better. Wait, no, that's not right. 10. Yeah, yeah. No, I'm paying a slightly higher ratio there. I almost did the wrong way around. Why did it do it twice? Cancel that one, please. Oh, well, they both sold. I have a lot of Varlobs now. What the hell? Currency exchange? I only pressed it once. No, this is a spirit gem, no one there. I just got scammed by the currency exchange. The heck? Well, there goes all my exalts. I won't be doing any other trading. Yeah. Jesus. Oh my god, I'm in voltaic grenade prison right now. Finally! There we go. There we go. Amazing. Huzzah! Alright, we'll figure out the actual gems in a minute. I have to take a short break though first, and then we can do that. I got one more. I got a little bit more I could try on some of these other ones. What else am I going to use? I don't think I want to do it on my quality flash grenade. It's only 6 quality. I could. It's also... they're also level 16 though, so maybe not. +1 from global modifiers. Yeah, I don't think we'll do that. Well, I might want to cut one of these other skills though, so I can probably do that. Oh, I have an uncut 16 here. Wait, what? I didn't think to check 16, I guess. Yeah, I had one 16 and a 16 spirit as well. Okay. Well then, I might as well just upgrade that voltaic, I suppose. It's a shame that didn't happen on the one that lost one.
Voltaic grenade.
It's a fair increase. Alright, there we go. Level 17, 4 sockets. Hell yeah. And this one is 16 base, so I don't know, maybe that sells. Hell Dragon, hey mate, thank you. Didn't know you stream on YouTube as well? I started with the start of Path of Exile 2. My first YouTube stream was the day before PoE2's early access launch. It's been fun so far. It's been good to see more of the YouTube side of things. I'm a little worried it's messing up people's sub feeds, but... Oh, sorry, I've been a big camera boy for a while, haven't I? It's okay, we haven't been doing too much that I've been covering. I was lucky to Vial a Force slot. Oh man, I was not lucky, but I did it. It took me like 9 tries, I think. Probably a little bit below average for that one. All right. We're going to do some messing around with lightning setups in a bit. I don't anticipate it's going to be stronger DPS than going explosive or some other setups, but shock is a factor though to consider, and we're going to have crazy crowd control between electrocute and stun potentially. So it's going to be, I'm interested to see it at least. I think it'll be fun. Alrighty folks, I'll see you in a moment. Just got to take a short break. Yeah, Fuse time is much nicer. You almost don't need explosive shot with Voltaic and Flash. Hello, hello. Welcome back, folks. Waiting for the ads to finish. I'm Murky. You can run a bow with Stormcoil arrow with a weapon swap. I've heard of some people doing the lightning bow / crossbow hybrids. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. I'm gonna try and see what setups we can do without weapon swap first before I investigate that as an option. But if you didn't see on Twitter, I posted this bow I got yesterday. I did a couple maps last night. And I got this, where is it? I got this bow, which is like the craziest drops on such a low base. It's so sad. It actually dropped without the flat physical, and I exalted the flat physical. I was like, oh my god, surely that's worth something now. But then I actually looked at the DPS, and I was like, oh my god, it's like 200 DPS. It's like 120 DPS. Because it's the composite bow, man. It's just like the bottom composite bow. It only requires level 51 to equip, so it's a leveling bow. Like, oh my lord, it's got like mana leech and crit. You know, maybe attack speed would be a little better, but even then, even if no attack speed, it's worth it. It's like 1 exalt. Checked. Maybe a couple more for someone who's trying to buy a leveling bow specifically. Someone have the exact same question on YouTube. I said nothing about bows, so I assume so. Yes. Yep, there was. Tyler asked about the Stormcaller arrow with weapon swap, perm 50% shocks, and I think you also said, is the plan to put shock electrocute on weapon swap? That's what I'm doing on my Pathfinder. Yes, you both did say similar things, funnily. So I was kind of responding to both of you. Not initially. Maybe, though. That might be the way to go. but that's not initially my plan, at least. For now, what I'm thinking of doing is speccing out of fire stuff and actually just doing like a pure lightning flashbang setup. So my current thinking is Voltaic Grenade, Flash Grenade, Overwhelming Presence, so taking advantage of Stun and Electrocute and Shock. And if we need to, supplement with... so probably drop Oil Grenade because it won't do anything. I don't know if we just keep Explosive Grenade around just to have something else. Maybe we can do some utility with it. I don't think we can do anything with Oil Grenade, so it's probably just get rid of that. But maybe we do something with... And I'll need to go farm some gems probably. Or buy some, but trading for gems is kind of annoying. Maybe do something with these Stormblast Bolts. They did just get a buff. I was interested in trying like Plasma Blast or something as well maybe, but... Stormblast Bolts could be a little interesting in this. And they kind of are a little grenadey in that they have a thing, you know, you detonate them. You do a thing where you detonate them. So Gas Grenade probably sticks around still for like days, break posture, armor, explode, corrosion. Like I think that probably sticks around. I think Oil Grenade probably doesn't do anything here. So Stormblast Bolts... Wonder how I'd want to do this one. Maybe it'd be like... Maybe I really change up my control grouping a bit. I'll have to think about this. For now though, let's just put Stormblast Bolts here. I could come up with some new bindings for my bow. Crossbow ammo changes, because I haven't had to change ammo in a long time, right? I've only been using one skill. Okay. But if I do this, I might actually have to change ammo. So it builds up to 5 now. And then you fire out groups like this, which I think you can scattershot it as well.
Reloading.
And you can detonate them. Or if we keep Explosive Grenade around, that can act as the detonator as well. See, that's actually a little interesting, isn't it? Because it's also a detonator. So I think the detonators we have... What actual detonators are there? Maybe I should look at the full list. If I can just grab a random skill gem. Can I type detonate in? So this is detonatable. That's a detonator. Detonator. Detonatable. And detonatable. So there's only 2 detonators. Just explosive and that. You can use Radiant Grief Helmet, then Stun Grenade, Voltaic, Oil, and then Gas Grenades, sheds bosses. You can use Radiant Grief, then Stun Grenade, Voltaic, Oil, and then Gas. What's the Oil doing here? Radiant Grief, which one was that? Is that the one that ignites things near you? There's a bow detonator as well? Oh, I didn't consider those ones, that's true. Is this the good wiki? This is the good wiki, isn't it? 2 wiki? Maybe? Radiant Grief. Enemies in your presence are ignited. Yeah, so Ignite Activator. So that, does that automatically detonate effectively the oil then? Does that do that? Ba, 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 ba. Oil for the fire penetration? I don't see how that helps like Voltaic and Flash though. Obviously, so it's still fire-based setup. Yeah, I want to mess with a lightning-based setup first. I know for sure I can make a good fire setup work. It's like super obvious. I'm seeing if we can do like a lightning fizz setup first without not really using fire as a primary means. I'm gonna try with that first. And then, you know, whatever we learn from that, so maybe that turns out bad, but we learn some cool things. Like, oh, this is something that actually worked good in the other setup. You know? That's what I'm thinking. That's the only helmet on trade on that base? That's interesting. There's like not another one of that base helmet. Do you have corrosion on Oil Grenade to shred armor? I have corrosion on Gas Grenade. Does corrosion even work on that? Poison applied by skills. Yeah, no, I've just got it on Gas Grenade. Gas Grenade, break posture, corrosion is a good little combo there. Armor explosion is mostly just for funsies because it doesn't really do much damage. We could do, if we're not gonna, would we be detonating this? Probably. So So Stormfire support can keep shocks permanently on ignited enemies. Yeah, so that's a thing. That is a thing to take note of. Maybe I should, and speaking of taking notes, maybe we should actually do a bit of that. So let's say lightning, typing is hard, testing, Stormfire support, ignited, shocks on ignited enemies don't expire. I don't think it's like, it's not that it's permanent, it's just that as long as they're ignited, the shock will stay there. So that's the thing. I don't know if cluster will need to go. It'll be low priority, I suspect. So I guess if we use the Stormfire support, then we will want to keep oil around. The problem with the Stormfire support is it does cost a gem slot, but we did just add one to Voltaic potentially. Let's have a look what we have here. So right now it has Innovate, Primal Armament, and Innovate's not really helpful for bosses. So that's worth noting because you have to kill a shocked enemy for that one. You know, on killing a shocked enemy with supported skills, so this actually could go on anything that's killing an enemy. So it could go on like Explosive Shot or whatever I'm using to, you know, finish off stray mobs. As long as it's killing shocked ones, it will trigger occasionally. So that could go elsewhere, which frees up a slot potentially. Explosive, Pierce, Nimble Reload, Martial Tempo. Like, that could be swapped there. Possibly. It might also be that it's better on Stormblast if I'm doing that. Do I need more Jorbs? I have a Jorb for it. Stormcaller can shock. Yep. Although it is 100% conversion on the explosion. That's good. Quality is Lightning Pen. Pretty cool. Yeah, it seems like it actually might be the better one to shock with. So that might be the one to do the shocking and then the triggering of that potentially. Stormblast bolts. Let's have a look at shock. Lightning exposure. So we can do on shocking an enemy lightning exposure. So we could do that. Doing shocks, you might want to have a look at Voltaic Mark for bossing. Yes, I will take it. Make a note. Voltaic Mark. I imagine that costs like a lot of int or something. Scatter is sadly bad on the bolts. Is it? Where is my scatter shot? It's over here. Does it just spread them out too much, does it? Is it bad with the changes though, or is it just because of like you're hitting your max before? They made the max different now though. It might actually be better, so that we don't have to shoot so many times. Because we want to just pop this and then like, and then detonate it. We don't really want to be like standing here doing this all day. Like the quicker we get the max, the better. They changed the max, so I think Scatter's actually good on it now. That was specifically one of the changes, yeah. So they went from 9 maximum bolts to 30. So I think it was bad before because of that. But I think now it's actually maybe not so bad. But we may also want to use Scattershot elsewhere. Like it might actually just be nicer to have it on Voltaic grenades, for example. So Lightning Infusion, because this has 80% conversion. 25 added. Less fire and cold. That seems like a play. Primal Armament, Weaponelli. Yep, it's high enough amount. You wouldn't use Primal Armament on, say, like, cluster grenades, which only have 20 and 40 conversion. It's pretty bad there. It should be pretty good here. Yeah, magnified effect to put somewhere potentially. Do. Definitely keep that. Flash grenade will keep as our heft, overpower, devastate setup, I think. Devastate is arguable, but the armor breaks are still kind of nice. What was the question from Inflict? Did you see there are tiers of flask mods, even though they all say you? Yeah, we learned that in regards to something else, the relics. Because I thought it was like unique or something, and it is kind of, but no, I think it's just that they haven't labeled the tiers yet, honestly. They do actually seem to have tiers. I certainly had noticed tiers on the flasks. So yeah, doing some high level flasks later on might be good. Scatter lowers the skill speed. That's true, but it lowers it proportionally to where it's still a net positive for you putting out extra projectiles. But then again, actually, so here's another thing for me to consider. So it fires 3 and we're only adding 2. I think that makes it, that's actually probably the thing that makes it not worth using there. I think I might like to keep it on this. And what will we do with Voltaic? I think Voltaic will go here and Flash will go here. No, I don't want to overuse the middle mouse button too much, but I'll try that. We could use explosive as like a detonator that we don't have to directly fire as well, because we can like put out an explosive and then have our, you know, these things getting detonated if we want. As we're placing them, we can build them up while the explosives are being placed like that. Not worth going Deadeye. I mean, Deadeye might be very good. I'm not looking at that in the context because I'm playing Mercenary currently, and it's not like I can change class / ascendancy. Deadeye, there's likely a lot of situations where like Deadeye and Mercenary both have good things to offer to the same builds. We will do some respecking, but we'll probably figure out our gems mostly first. Okay, so Voltaic with Lightning, Infusion, Primal Armament, Scattershot, I think seems quite good here. Although it does... Okay, so if we're not using Voltaic for shocking, it actually probably makes sense to use Scattershot because it works fine for Electrocute build-up. Because that's just all the hits add. But with Shock, right, not so much. Shock cares about magnitude, I think. Let me think for a second. Shock as an element causes targets to take 20% increased damage, lasts by 4 seconds by default. Now, I guess it is just kind of a build-up chance to apply. So hit versus multi-hits doesn't really matter too much, does it? Like multi-hits, more small chances of shocking, big single hits, bigger chance, but fewer of them of shocking. Still works though. Okay. And I love the new element system. You can approach it from different angles. Yeah, it's good. Okay, so we'll probably want to cut some more supports for this then. Stormblast bolts. Shocks from supported enemies do not expire on ignited enemies, so we could certainly give that one a go. Innovate. Stormfire. And then do we go for an actual shock support maybe? We do need something that does exposure as well. But that could be done on like... You could put lightning exposure on flame grenade though. Like we could do that. There's no reason we couldn't really. Shocking shocks on a radius. Cannot inflict shock, contributes to electrocute. Shock siphon. Lasting shock. I suspect... Well, no, if we're doing the fire one, that's probably better. I guess like shock lasting shock might be better because it's not permanent, quote unquote. But shock is like 4 seconds. So that makes it 8 seconds long. That's pretty good at the cost of some shock chance. But if it's like conduction lasting shock, for example, it might be kind of alright. I might cut that just as a reminder. No lasting shocks, not as long as you're in range. You're talking about with a unique helmet. Yeah. I'm not using the unique helmet currently. I'll explore unique in the future as well, or as like alternatives. So like, here's how you do it without the unique, here's how you do it with. Especially because keep in mind, I'm trying to maintain the context of like, maybe this will also be a continuation of like the beginner mercenary grenade leveling guide action. So like I might also want to do like a really beginner friendly endgame, like, here's an ethereal knives mind over matter scion that takes no damage and shocks and stuns and electrocutes everything. You know? If you don't get that reference, I made an extremely tanky low DPS build back in the day that got people to endgame when they couldn't do so. So we might want to do some Octagama action. Yep. Octagama. Yeah, so I think... Okay. Did I cut that gem? I don't think I did. Stormblast. It's got Conduction, Stormfire, and Innovate currently. So let's stick with that for now. And on Voltaic, we have Lightning Infusion, Primal Armament, Scatter Shot, and we need one more here. What's Payload on currently? Payload? You know, I think Payload was probably on Cluster Grenades, which probably doesn't get used here. No? Where is Payload? Huh? Question mark? The heck? Oh, it's on Explosive. That makes sense. That makes sense. It's on Explosive, of course. Okay, so if we take out Immolate and Fire Infusion, and we can add... Okay, this is going to be weird. This is going to be weird, but... Do I just do this on Gas Grenade, actually? Well, no, because Explosive can serve as a detonator as well. We probably will cut one of these skills, but we might try the mixture first and see what feels best. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to do Explosive Grenade with Lightning Exposure and Strip Away. And then, like, I'm thinking something that makes ignites occur. Because I need to check Ignite. But I think I'm going to make it Ignite. Less damage with hits, more magnitude of Ignite. No. So exposures aren't mutually... Are they mutually exclusive? No, they're fine. Enemies ignited by sword skills have a chance to explode on death. Ignite duration on enemies, less chance to ignite. Chance to ignite. Ignite is da-da-da-da-da. So the chance, it's just kind of like shock, isn't it? You just have to, you have a chance to ignite that's higher for more damage, or you can kind of scale the ignite chance, or both. So the base magnitude of ignite is 20% of the fire damage dealt. So we can do really low damage ignites with high ignite chance, but not necessarily a bunch of damage scaling. Just off the base damage of the gem. That should actually work. We might not even need ignition. It might actually ignite fine, but that would probably need testing. I'll make a note. Test whether explosive and grenade needs ignition to ignite reliably. That, I mean, we have to kind of test on like some bosses and some stuff with higher health because their chance to get ignite goes down. Lightning exposure, strip away ignition. Hilarious. Hilarious. And then you're good. Stormblast bolts. So what do we got here? Do we want to keep oil grenade for something? I have a slot here, but what do we got? Wind Dancer and Overwhelming Presence. That's using all my spirit currently, so that's fine. Does Scattershot let you shotgun a single target with high velocity rounds, or do the extra rounds just pass through? I think most of those skills fire in sequence, which allows them to shotgun because it's basically a barrage. But I'm not sure with that skill specifically. You'll have to check yourself. Just like shoot and see if it's, you know, hitting the enemy multiple times or not. Oil would help ignite. Oil would help ignite, but is it going to be worth throwing just for that if like the explosive grenades are doing that fine? It may not be, you know? Like we might find that, I don't know, maybe Plasma Blast or something is fun to have here. But we have... Yeah, okay, for now it seems like there's no reason to kind of not use it, just with AoE, persistence, and encumbrance, you know? Seems like it's fine to just have it there.
Reloading.
Place. So we have this detonator if we need it. This is going to be really janky at first because I'm going to have to like learn completely new skills. Let's put explosive on tab and gas grenade on R. X for oil. So those are when I want to do some like damage enhancing effects. It probably won't be needed most of the time. Most of the time we're just going to be using voltaic and flash grenade, and then like when there's a rare, maybe throwing down some of these things. And we can have phasey detonations that I don't have to mess with too much. I can do that. The other thing that we might want is if we don't want to do explosive with ignition, if we don't need the ignition, then I could put like the sort of fuse duration on it. But the long duration actually can be good for setting up. So like say there's mobs over there, I can, as I'm running forwards, I pop this off and then I'm like pre-stacking this as it goes off like that. And then if there's anything else I want to detonate to finish off, I can do it that way. It's going to be an adjustment, but could be interesting, could be fun. So we want to change our passive tree a bit as well though. No, not that one.
Go on.
This one. So we're going to want to change... I'm going to keep my stun stuff, although the damage with hits against lucky against heavy stun enemies. Doesn't matter if I just take lucky lightning anyway. So maybe we do drop it. Could be worth dropping. I could change this jewel to here, since we won't care about the fire pen anymore. Might need to get like a lightning pen jewel though, I think. Oh man, I'm so happy for that respec cost reduction. Right now, I'm appreciating that a lot. And all these guys too. And they need a bit of intelligence. Mm-hmm. 12 points here. So that's electrocute with shock against electrocute enemies. Do we need or want this? We'll take it first and see how much difference it makes. See how useful it is maybe. Lightning damage, lightning with non-critical hits is lucky. This is probably one of the best reasons to consider going lightning though. So there's some penetration here. We actually got a lot of penetration from the tree. I might not really need too much more there. I'm gonna get these points that aren't really doing much currently. Probably keep battle hardened. Yeah, you know, I'm probably gonna want instant reload for this setup. I'm actually using reloading a bit now, aren't I? I haven't used any weapon swap passives on this character now. And I also have chance to ignite, chance to shock and electrocute build up. Plus these damage nodes are fine. And then there's 15% all penetration, pretty nice. I don't know about the flask one, but that might be fine.
I know what I was thinking.
I don't know what I was thinking.
Reloading.
So fast. Those reload nodes are pretty amazing, eh? And I've already got a name for this. It's going to be like shock and awe, because you know stun is to stun someone. If someone's stunned, they're in awe. So we've got stun and we've got shock. It's the shock and awe Grenadier. I've already coined the name. Shock and awe. Do these actually detonate on their own after a while as well? Or they just kind of fizzle out? No, they just fizzle. The vendor was selling a crossbow that seems to be worth 100x high fizz rolls. Good heavens, hope you bought it. Isn't the new charm node nearby as well? Oh, really? Where did they put it? This one? No. +1 charm slots over there. Yeah, that's actually not too far away, and it's through a jewel, so you can go damage, attribute, jewel, attribute. When a charm is used to use another charm without consuming charges. Cute. +1 charm slot. You know? Maybe. Damage while you have an active charm. Movement speed while you have an active charm. Charms have increased effect. You could use that for rarity scaling. Yeah, I mean, maybe. Somewhat tempting. Unaffected by chill while leeching mana. It's so weird and specific. Da 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 da. Yeah, maybe. That'd be a bit longer term though, probably. I don't think General's Bindings is doing much for me currently. I might drop that so I can get the other nodes. I don't think I have like a ton of evasion to really take advantage of that right now. Yeah. It's helpful, but not crazy. And we can use it to take the penetration probably first. And then we could consider Emboldened Avatar after that. This one may be pretty unnecessary. But it might be really fun though. It might be very fun. I'm a little sad about dropping this, but it probably makes sense. And we're just always lucky with lightning damage anyway now. Which is a pretty big deal given how wide these ranges are going to be. 1,000 to 3,600. The lightning is 750 to 3,000. Yeah, pretty big difference. Any other changes I need to do? Yeah, I got a fire pen jewel over here. It's not doing much. Chance to ignite fire penetration. Yep. These ones can go here in case I want to swap back. Really need that gem tab, but too bad for me. Not gonna happen. Cluster grenade. So it's like cluster oil, and I haven't been like super impressed by cluster grenade. I could probably go over there. Don't forget to turn on the buff bar. Me? Oh yeah, talking about chat from the charms things. Yeah, the charms are hard to see by default, aren't they? You don't really like, you don't really even notice them happening, do you? Do I have these guys on? Show flask buffs? I guess that's what, that shows the charms, huh? I've only got a gold charm anyway, so just presumably just giving me magic fine when I need it. I don't think we can use the 18s yet, but I got those for later. Herald of Ash, Fire Mastery, yeah. Okay, get rid of you guys. Gear-wise, I don't think I need to really change anything on my other gear. I think that's all fine. Yeah, the like fire damage on my crossbow is marginally less good, but doesn't really matter. +1 all projectile still works. That's all fine. That's all fine. But there is, we do need to get a jewel going. Lightning, elemental, ailment threshold, duration of ignite, shock, and chill. So that is if we can't find anything else. Okay. What do we got here? Jewels. Of course, I could go to trade, but see what else we got first. See what we keep with my mostly solo self-found loot for now. Damage with bows. Surely a bow counts as a crossbow, right? I'm pretty sure it doesn't. Melee stun, life leech, melee, freeze build up, yada yada. Increased chance to shock, triggered spells deal increased spell. Damage penetrates cold and crit damage bonus. Dang. Freeze build up, energy shields. Not bad little jewel. Fire pan, Warcry stuff, totem stuff. Nope. Nope, nope, nope. This one looks the best, I guess. Lightning, elements, ailment, duration of ignite. I guess like 3 things work there. I'm gonna chuck an Exile on it. Increased blind effect. I guess that also works. Sure. I wouldn't say it's a good jewel, but it's a jewel. It's there. It's in my passive tree. I'm gonna Exalt that one too, just because I can't help myself. And someone just brought me another Exalt anyway, right? Increased damage with hits against rare and unique enemies. Great. Is that actually a good one? What did you want? Random uncut gem. Here you go, buddy. When do we get cluster jewels in PoE? That's probably a year 3 thing, I reckon. 3 years in. Oh, they don't have cluster jewels around the edges of the tree, so they'd have to... Oh, no, they do. Yeah, these ones would be cluster jewels. There you go. They add a cluster here. Boom. Or maybe they do it where it's like a fold-out tree like these guys. It like folds out like this. Oh, and you know what I was thinking of doing too with this build? Is doing Witchbane and No Mercy. Just to like really lean into the idea of like we're just completely messing with monsters and how they do and their ability to do things. I really don't know how good cooldown recovery is on your regular mapping though, right? Like it's probably really good on bosses, but probably really bad, especially combined with this node, which has enemies in your presence have reduced cooldown recovery. That plus that is probably pretty strong, but only probably only against bosses, right? It lasts through immunity phases too, rather than having to rebuild. Well, doesn't it? Oh, because you can still kind of keep damaging them, but it like... If they haven't lost concentration in the past 5 seconds, I think they should start regaining their concentration through immunity. Can you actually see it on them? Oh, maybe I should test it and try it out, eh? Get a feel for it. Because we know what decimating and culling strike feels like. They feel great. They're good. They're pretty good. You can't really complain. But we gain some extra cooldown and 30% more damage all the time instead of this kind of like final strike, initial strike thing. So, like, you get that consistent damage to offset. It's minus 50k gold. But it... Oh, no, this isn't all the time, though. It's based on their missing concentration. Up to 30% more. So it's like... Enemies have max concentration equal to 40% of their life. So... Break enemy concentration equal to 100% damage dealt. Enemies regain concentration. They haven't lost it. And then... Okay... Enemies have less cooldown recovery rate, the lower their concentration, scaling down to 50% less when it's at 0. So the damage is based on their missing concentration. So at 100% concentration loss, which is 40% of their life by default if they haven't recovered any. So if I get them down to 40%, then they take 30% more damage. Okay. So yeah, there's probably a way to average that out, but it's... Seems maybe on par with a high roll decimating strike, but I don't know how it factors into culling strike as well. It's probably not going to be better while mapping. I imagine this is going to be better while mapping. I'm going to give it a try though.
Need to make some changes.
Can we actually mouse over to boss debuffs? Yeah, I think you can pause and do it, which is like amazing, right? You can actually do it. I think I was watching, I was listening to Lazy Peon's review, which was really glowing, by the way. It made me smile listening to it, because he's not a Path of Exile player and just plays a lot of MMOs and stuff. And he played the game and was just having so much fun. He's having so much fun, man. He still arrived at a lot of the same criticisms a lot of us entrenched players do. But also, he saw the vision when it comes to body blocking. He was getting body blocked and first hating it. And then he was like... You know, after a while, halfway through the video, I was like, actually, it's making me play more tactically, and I'm really enjoying the tactical combat. I kind of get what they're going for here. He saw the vision. I had a giggle when I watched that part. But, I lost track. What was I talking about? Oh, yeah. He, I was really impressed because he was fighting the King of the Mist, and I was like, uh-oh, here we go. And then he got debuffed, and he paused the game and read the mod or something, I think? I was like, oh my lord, that's that MMO playing action, right? Like, he's used to bosses doing, like, debuffs you have to read or something, probably. He actually, like, read the buff and learned it. I barely have learned it. I'm not sure which ones stop and which ones go. He's like, okay, so for this one I have to stop. And it's like, oh, there's a different one too, so this one I have to go. All right, yeah, cool. You figured it out right away. Red is stop. That should be pretty easy to remember, you'd think. Huh? Anything else I need to change? I think we can probably run some testage on this now. I believe I'm doing tier 4, but that is temp chains, so I do not wish to do that. This is transcended monsters with crit. Oh man. Oh, it looks like I can chuck an influence in there, but this is not the direction I want to go, I think. I have placed... If we just close this for a second. The Reliquary Vault. Wait, can I just go in here? The heck is this? I only just noticed this. Huh? Is this like a unique map? You need a reliquary key? Oh, right. I think I tested that right at the beginning and I was like, oh, yeah, you need a key, you need a key. Because there was this realm gate thing here too. It's like, you need a key. Requires league recipe, yeah. Yeah, I need a reliquary key, don't I? Okay, so that's how you, like, open the reliquary. Makes sense. Okay. I used a few towers here and stacked up a lot of breach buffs. I actually am starting to like the towers. They're kind of cool. I have a hideout here to get, which this is fine with this one because it just adds flat monsters to the area and we can just unlock the hideout. League content already in early access? Yeah, they got like 4 major leagues and several minor leagues. It's wild. Okay, this is going to take some real figuring out because this is basically a completely different build at this point. What are my buttons? I don't even know what my buttons are. I'm killing things, so that's a good sign, but I don't know what buttons I'm pressing. I'm just going to press buttons and hope I survive. This was a spicy portal. This is like when your friend calls you into the map and there's like 18 rares on the boss on the portal, and the boss is on the portal. I want to say just like, because this is just mostly shocking, right? I don't think it's like going to be doing the most of our damage. It looks like I think Voltaic's going to be doing most of our damage, but maybe the combo. We'll see. So what do I want to do to be detonating as I go? Tab, okay. That's my kind of standard rotation here. What am I doing in what situations? There's some weird purple stuff on the floor here. This one takes some serious getting used to. I keep like changing my ammo because I'm used to the different hotkeys. Okay. Electrocute's looking pretty effective against the res though. That's a good sign so far. Oh, lining boys. Speaking of lining. I see my total current penetration actually for lining. Don't know if there's much contextual penetration, but so we have. Oh yeah, and our explosive grenade has the lightning lowering effect, right? Yeah, you can't mouse over them and see the ones here, but I think it works on like debuffs on you and stuff. What is that? I don't know what that green symbol on them is. Contextual penetration. It should always be contextual. That's very fun if you can find a lot of them close to an area. Yeah, when you start stacking them up, it's like, ooh, ooh, ooh. Kind of satisfying. These little ghost things like to disappear, don't they? Limestone hideout. Okay. Oh yeah, I turned my loot labels off because it was way too much. Nothing got pinged on the map, so probably fine. Untainted Paradise is a scam. No items at all drop, and I didn't get completion even after killing every single monster. Do you need completion for anything? The map's intention usually, I don't know what it's like in this game, but in PoE1 it was just to get XP. It's just a huge XP multiplier map. That was all it did. I assumed it was the same thing here, but I could be wrong. Use those guys. Alright, what do we got here? Some tier 5s. Just grab a few of these tier 5s then. Do I want to look at what the new hideout looks like? It didn't look very nice. I think this one's fun. It's just like kind of muddy underground caves. If I get the Chimeral Forest, if that's a hideout, I'm going to have that one. I'll use that one for sure. What's the damage penetrates elemental resistances, pack size? Spicy. Alright, what have we got here? I want to keep heading outwards, because it definitely seems like there's a bit of a spawn radius on interesting things. This looks like a very fun path to travel, doesn't it? And some bosses coming up, but not this one. We got some Breach though. Breach was super spicy. I think they turned it down a little bit. It's gonna be really spicy with me like learning this build at the same tier that I was doing with explosive setup. All new hotkeys. It's not so much the skill change. It looks like they're doing fine, but the hotkeys are really throwing me for a loop.
Reload.
And we got Delirium here too. Alright, so what do I want to do? When I'm coming up against packs, mostly I think I just want to be Voltaic and flash grenading. If there's a rare, I probably want to throw in some of these guys. But do I do that before or after I Voltaic grenade? Probably want to throw in one of these guys initially to get that exposure up. People are buying. Man, does anyone have this where like the invite button, you have to like click, it's a very specific pixel. I have to like click the top of the bar or it doesn't work? Is this just me? Is it a 4K issue maybe? You have that too? Yeah, same? Okay, it's not just me, thank God. Number of buttons do that? Yes, it's like so mangled. What do they want, like a sport gem? Oh, it's a skill gem. Level 12. Hitbox, skill issue. Skill issue, for sure. For sure, skill issue. They post the patch notes? Yep. Or is patch words the overview from yesterday? No, we read the patch notes at the start. At the start of the VOD, we read the patch notes. That's the first thing we did. Alright, here we go.
With all the gods dead, I suppose I should turn my attention to you. We shall see how far you can go.
Where'd I go?
I might need to change these hotkeys a bit, I'm thinking. I want to use my... Maybe I should simplify the skill setup a little bit. Let me think for a second. So, maybe if whatever explosive grenade does, I just do with explosive shot. That might be easier. No. Maybe the other way around initially. I tried to not use explosive shot too much. What would that be? If I put... Did we need any... What was oil grenade doing again? No. Oh, igniting for like the permanent shocks. Which is probably not necessary most of the time, honestly. Okay, can I do this on the escape menu? No. Alright, I want to change it sooner rather than later though. I want to get used to it. Hopefully I don't time out the delirium too much. Delirium precursor tablet. I like how you get those for doing the mechanics too. So if you do breach maps, you're going to get your breach precursor tablets to put more on your maps to keep the train rolling. It's kind of cool. Some volatile things here. So let's go with... Maybe I do gas. Let's go gas and explosive. When I want more grenades. There's a breach, oh god. And on the ammo side of things, let's keep you as oil. And you can be voltaic. You can be long shot. That's probably gonna have to change. I don't think that's gonna work for me. I'm gonna get swarmed and killed here because like I don't know what buttons to press. We'll just do our best. The immediate detonation of having explosive shot always loaded and just being a button press away was really good on the other setup though, which we don't quite have here. That was so small compared to breach normally. Does it stay open longer if you kill stuff? Because like before it was staying open for ages and I killed tons of stuff. That was really quick though. There's like barely anything in it either. Maybe they just giga nerfed it. Less mob density equals shorter timer. Okay, yeah, so it's scaled to that. So it's just because of its bad map layout, I suppose. Maybe that's the main reason. The landing grenade action's looking decent. Definitely electrocuting everything. Wonder how these things are going with shocking. Maybe we can test here. Yep, certainly shocked. And electrocuted. Copper sucker. You copper sucker. It sounds like one of those swear words at the start of a VHS warning about coarse language. Sounds a lot like a swear. You scum-sucking copper sucker. It's hilarious seeing everything like stunned and electrocuted though. Okay. Oh, my hours and hours of muscle memory thrown out the window. You kill us, copper sucker, you lint licker. Whoa! Well, it's a family-friendly stream. I remember being as a kid when those things came on at the start. I was always like, "Oh, they can just say that at the start of a kids' movie? They can't, surely." Am I really strong, or Essence is always just super weak? I feel like Essence monsters have been dying very quickly for me. It's funny, I'm used to them being the real uber bosses of the game. You have a crit shrine? Oh yeah. True. But that means my damage is not lucky. Surely I'm doing less damage. Probably not. Rare monster. Oh no, this is just like Necropolis or whatever, right? Where I always go around the outside and then you have to go into the middle to get to the boss. Oh, is it literally Necropolis? It is a crypt. No, it's Necropolis all over again. This map always gets me. Aw, you're a shiny little doggo, aren't you? Belt. Did I get a headhunter equivalent? Mage blood equivalent? Medgies? Medgies. Medgies is cool. I like Medgies. Meginord's girdle. 49 strength. Increased flash charges used, increased flash charges gained. Is that net positive or not? What's the point of those mods? I don't understand. I guess it's... I don't know if the flash charges used would work on a Pathfinder, maybe? They're doing the flash task. I mean, it's 100 strength and 14 cold rares. 100 life and 14 cold rares at level 1, so... It's probably good for just that. Big gulps. You don't use all flash charges, should be a net gain? I guess so. 250 life? Wait, how's it 250? Isn't each strength 2 life? Excuse me? Am I crazy? Every strength grants 2 life, yeah. Nope. The 5 number might have been in your head from, it used to be that 5 strength did something before, whereas now every strength does something. During a boss would be a negative? Yeah, I don't really understand that modifier. It's kind of a weird one. Few allies and presence mods. Not much else going on there. I feel like we might actually have to use this. Yeah, Stormblast was a bit underleveled, wasn't it? Hey, these buttons are doing my head in though, I tell you what. Wait, that's not even the right skill. Oh my god. It's definitely not gonna work for me. Maybe I should put them on, just go old school and put them on the number keys. Maybe. R and X. You guys gonna go on 1 and 2 maybe? You're a bit out of the way. Maybe 2 and 3. A little bit closer to the W key. Yes. WSD, blah blah blah. 2 and 3. Further crangulating.
Reload.
Does Gambler scale items to your level in maps? The Gambler is in towns are based on your level, I think. They're a range around your level, or the vendors are in general. But I'm actually not I haven't tested that at endgame though, to see if it changes at all. Come to think of it. Oh yeah, right. Oh, you're good. Nice. Medgies, you can go in there. Alright, let's keep going. Keep trying to get familiar with this. Looking forward to seeing the boss here. More magic monsters with monster life. Make the boss a bit tankier so we can test the electrocutes and stuff and try and use our skill rotation a bit more. Seems like gambling caps at 75. Ah, they didn't want you to get like the highest end stuff. I guess that kind of makes sense. They could always provide like some sort of exclusive rare gambler at maybe with like a limited volume of stuff it can sell as like a league reward or something, you know. Hilarious portal effect. I love it. Glad you are fellow frog enjoyer. I should probably just Voltaic and Flash, and anything that survives, then we decide how we implement the rest of our skill rotation there. It's kind of a shame to not keep Innovate up though, which maybe happens if I use my detonator setup, but that's a bit, it's like another 2 buttons right away. Or I just spam all of the buttons whenever I come across a rare. Man, looks like it might work. It's interesting that the gold charm triggers on killing a rare or unique enemy to give you the rarity, which really implies, if I was a suspicious man, that that's a terrible placement for that breach, that it would not work for the actual kill, right? It triggers, the kill happens, it triggers, and then you get your rarity after the fact. But I'm gonna give GGG my trust and faith here that the gold charm actually does something. You're supposed to unlock Trial Sekhemas in Act 2 normal or cruel? Normal, yeah. I feel like I missed it and just skipped the Temple of Chaos. Yep, you likely did. Exclamation mark, how to ascend. Oh wait, no, you're on YouTube. Check my YouTube videos. It's Act 2 Trader's Passage. You find Balbala in there. Oh, breach ring. Uncrafted breach ring. La la. Certainly seems to be working, even played very poorly and with a man who's confused about what buttons are doing what. Oh my lord. Seems like it might be working. It might be working. Bloody beautiful. As the mercenary says. Bloody beautiful. In it. Gobner. Do we go get Emboldened Avatar, perhaps? I actually am feeling like I really want extra cooldown recovery on this setup, so I might actually get those first. Just because we want to be mostly using Voltaic Flash Grenade as much as possible. The other ones, somewhat sparingly. We're not actually done here, are we? The 2k life? I only have 2k life at the moment, yeah. I'm also only in 2.5 minutes. I have, I think I died once in maps. So far. Unless I don't know. That said. You know, has less life? My enemies. 5.5k ES? Yes, well, ES is the whole thing, isn't it? ES is looking perhaps a little overtuned. It's like the olden days of Path of Exile 1 back here again with that ES. Finland's hit like 50k ES in PoE1. Yeah, true. Not just the olden days, I suppose. You're right. I think of the olden days when like the meta was for very, very large ES numbers, but kind of is true again in all sense, isn't it? Meteor Shrine. Swick. 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 Something like that. How much damage does that actually do? Go Meteors. Get him. Bonk him. They just missed that guy like 4 times. Oh yeah. Oh, ow. Alright. Seems did alright. Ouch. Jindaria, number of trials 3. It's 75, if I recall correctly, for the next tier 4 of that. Gotta go up a few tiers and then I can do my Trial of Sekhemas 4. Begin my journey on that one. My relics are pretty good at least, so. But I suspect we might want to farm some high level ones for to get it done. To get some like backs on the res or something. These roly polies are a bit gnarly, aren't they? And a regeneration. Oh yeah, there's a boss on the map there. Maybe I should try just some grenade and these bolts testing. See kind of how effective that looks by itself. Anyway, we've got a boss coming up here. Who's down there? I'm running up behind him. The eyes of the tree, is it? We stunned and electrocuted them at the same time, dude. Hilarious. Now we go back to electrocuting, maybe? I need to read all my skills properly, but... Whoa! Oops. A little bit late on my dodge roll for that one. Oh, you got to use 3 abilities. I think we could have made it 2 if I'd kind of rotated between Flash and Voltaic a bit more. I think on bosses I want to use all one and then all the other. Jiggled to death. Sure did. Looks pretty, it's pretty promising. Pretty promising. Fun. Gonna get some shock effect nodes on the tree. I have some of the lightning stuff on the tree. I picked up the coursing energy and some of these guys here. Is there some other shock stuff you're talking about specifically? The highlight is subtle. Shock duration, magnitude of shock. So does magnitude scale the 20% shock up? Is that what that does? Or does it just, like, surely that's what it does, right? Yeah, okay, so that scales that up. So it's 30% is 246. So it's 20, it makes it 26% shock instead. Okay. Oh, there's more of it here. There's like 45. That's like 60 shock effect. Oh, wow, and there's another 15 there. Okay, so that actually scales that damage a lot. Is there any other? None of what I got here has that. It's all penetration. What's these ones over here? Shock adds a radius. I should maybe search magnitude as well. Electrocute build up against shocked enemies. Shock chance against electrocuted enemies. Electrocute build up. Lightning, lightning. Stuff there's okay. Attack damage, skill effect duration. Don't really want that. Oh, you know what we also have? I just remembered? This one too. Inflict ailments with projectiles. Might be a bit better now. Why the attribute wheel? Well, firstly, it's one of the only life wheels in the, like, nodes in the game. Because, it scales our strength, which scales our life. Secondly, it helps. Attributes are actually a little tricky. Actually helps to get the amount of attributes that you need for things. It's not actually that easy. The element cluster below you gives general magnitude as well? Yeah, so if I just search magnitude, we might be able to find it, huh? No. Magnitude of non-damaging elements you inflict with crits. Magnitude of bleed? No. Is it just the crit one? Oh, over here? Inflict ailments, magnitude of damaging ailments. That's only damaging ailments. So that's just ignite, bleed, that sort of thing. Not non-damaging variety, which is probably what we want. How does magnitude work with electrocute, I wonder? Buff or debuff? Come from modifiers to the effect or the buff or debuff. Maybe it would scale the duration or something? Roll magnitude on jewels as well? Yeah, that would maybe be what we want to get. So there's some here. Duration of damaging elements. Damage with hits against enemies affected by elements. That looks pretty okay. But it's... I don't know about the location though. Electrocute is a build-up, not a magnitude? Ah, so build-ups and magnitudes are considered pretty distinct. Gotcha. That makes sense. Interesting. Chance to inflict ailments, increased chance to... I don't think we have any problem with the chance on the ailments, but the magnitude on the shock scaling could be a good thing to get. And yeah, it seems like... that is quite far away. Do you travel past a bunch of good stuff? Probably not so much. Increase magnitude of ailments you inflict. So, oh yeah, this one here. Oh wait, so this way goes past this one, and then 5% of physical damage taken from hits as a random element. Oh, nice. Okay, so there is like some pathing here that maybe makes some kind of sense. Attack speed. Probably not that way. What's this one? Defensive element stuff. Hits that deal fire, remove fire. I don't think we want to mess with that. Damage with hits against enemies that are affected by elemental ailments. Duration of shock. It's a decent little damage cluster. Okay. There's some potential for some sort of routing like this. Maybe we would come out this way, route down through here. Maybe we drop Giant Slayer, because I don't even have Culling Strike anymore, I just realized. Okay, I'm gonna take a short break. I'll be back. Looks like we have some passive tree messing with to do, maybe. Hello, welcome back, folks. Has anyone been using the new Awaken Trade fork thing? Is it, how's it looking? Looking good? Looking safe? Someone vetted the code. It's good to wake up, check divine prices, realize your your exalted orbs, inflated orbs, inflate faster than you can get them. I have not been paying too much attention to the economy here. I imagine it is completely wild, and it's gonna be very wild, I assume. Let's see. So what was I looking at here before? I totally forgot what I was doing. Okay, well, I have an idea of some things I want to do anyway. Are we still in map? Okay, maybe I should finish the map first. Love this new pause thing. How good is that? Oh my god. Love this freaking pause action. Culling Strike? Yeah, right. That's right. The passive tree, I have the Culling Strike scaling. I don't have Culling Strike. Either I want to put Culling Strike on a skill somewhere. That's an option. Seems like a good idea just to have it somewhere. But I probably don't want to scale it because it's not active all the time anyway. That cluster is pretty good, but we might be better off if we drop it and have a bit of a better, stronger tree overall. Oh yeah, I was gonna see if I never have looked at the concentration stuff. I don't know if we can see the concentration on the enemies. Oh, is that what that new green symbol is? I was trying to figure out what it is. Yeah, that's their concentrations. That guy's concentration's at zero currently. Okay, I see. So you got 100% concentration down to 40. Yeah, you're at 0. Okay, there's that. Let's see. I wonder, on average, how many just like random enemies we're fighting have cooldown abilities. And if they never even use their abilities in the first place, does it really matter to lower their cooldown? Probably not. Tier 3 shield, eh? Spicy. It was a breach, but I think we already did it in here. So another green one was? Yeah, that's a new one. I was puzzling on that too. Of course, it's that new thing that I just spec'd. Naturally. Is accuracy, projectile speed, life, and mana on kill. Yeah. Fizz base with extra fizz. This guess is alright, but probably not good enough to worry about. 30% more damage with 0 concentration is not bad. Yeah, so you have to get their health down to 0 for it to reach max, but it does start kicking in before that point. Sorry, not 0, to 60%. So if you get the health down to 60%, then your damage is peaked. On average. As long as you're, applying that damage consistently. It's not bad. So for 60% of their life, you do 30% more damage. So I guess if you wanted to, you could just average that out as 30 times 0.6. So it's 18% more damage over the course of a life bar, typically. So let's say if the average of the other two nodes. What am I looking at here? Yeah, but that's a more multiplier though, which calculates differently. But so Culling Strike is 5% of a boss's health, just straight up 5% multiplied to all of your damage, and then Decimating is 5 to 30 range. So average is a bit over 15, 17 or 18 or something like that. But since those are percentages, those are like infinitely better against a really tanky enemy. That makes sense. Whereas this is, I suppose, better against weaker enemies. I don't know where that breakpoint would be. Cooldown recovery is nice to have in this setup though. And you got that pretty high damage against low life enemies as well. It's definitely, I think, more damage in this. It's nice to have some kind of damage scaling off that though. Let's have a look at that tier 3 shield. Oh, Mario Dorian. How'd you roll? Block chance, life stun. That's pretty bad, dude. That's a bad tier 3 right there. almost.
Go.
Looted ourselves a regal. Very nice. I guess you go in here, right? Quality things. I got a breach ring. Maximum quality is 50%. Item level 70. What do we just alch it? I feel like we'll probably just alch it, right? See where we go. I don't think I have particularly good essences. I don't have any graders or anything. I could try and guarantee a life mod and go that route. Yeah, let's alch it. 65 life, some mana regeneration, bit of fire damage. No. Probably not. Probably not worth putting quality on, you know. It'd take a lot of catalysts to get to that to 50. I'm guessing around 25. Or I need to do one more tier 4 map. And hopefully I have enough tier 5s to just roll from there on through the tier 5s. I got, oh, my first rare drop map. Additional essence, rarity, monster ailment thresholds, monster break armor equal to 20% of physical damage dealt. It's just completely removes your armor, doesn't it? Yup. Armor gone. Armor go bye-bye. Jinvaria there. Wouldn't be opposed to farming some more of those. I love those Jinvaria action we're doing. Magic chests. Pog? Question mark? No. Bloody light radius. At least the light radius mod is tied to another thing. Like, it's not just light radius by itself. Okay, so probably want to fix some passive tree. I think we do something like color all of this. I'm definitely going to keep repeating explosives though. That's all damaging ailments there. So I think we want to go through magnitude of ailments. So wait, hold on, no, not that one. This side. Magnitude and duration with a pretty nice damage against enemies affected by ailments, which is always. And then there's a similar cluster here that's quite good for damage. And then dual slot into elemental damage with some fizz mitigation. That's kind of nice, isn't it? Look at these fake life nodes. They're like, ah, yes, life stuff. It's stun threshold. Can I go fire and lightning? Yeah, although you're probably going to do fire and then just supplement with some voltaic grenade stuff, maybe. You're going to use one of them for utility. If you're going to actually do both as damage, then you kind of have a good reason. You have to have a good reason to do so, and you probably want to take advantage of some weapon swapping stuff. So it'd be like you spec the lightning stuff on voltaic on one crossbow and a second crossbow that swaps to the fire nodes instead. So you could do that. It'd probably be within reach. Yeah, okay. Bit of an idea of what we could do here. Wondering if we want to drop this for helping with travel, but it's kind of good though. We may not need the ailment threshold, we'll see. It's been pretty good since I got that though. It's this area of effect and cooldown recovery rate. Probably keep this. This Jack of all trades is pretty weak, so we could drop that if we need to. Because it's per 5, so it's 10% damage scaling, so it's like barely worth getting. If we had a bit more intelligence, it would start to be a bit better, but right now we could drop those as long as we can afford the int, which I don't think we can, to be honest. How do you rate polymathy? Would you say it's strong? I think polymath is good, yeah. I think Jack of all trades only starts to be worth it when you've got about 60, 70 of your lowest. Scooby, thanks very much for the sub, mate. And Root, you too. Thank you. No spell tag on grenades. That's true. Also, I might have missed you, Dragon, but thanks for the sub, mate. If you accidentally delete the heart from Act 3 after you've entered Cruel, you can't go back and get those passives. Ah, someone else had a bug with something like that, one of those quest rewards too. That's a real bummer. Hopefully they fix that stuff ASAP. I think the drops and the gift sub stuff is still a thing right now, I think. But you might want to double check before you just, I don't know, spend your money on me if you don't want to. we can't respec that until we do the connection the other way. So if we come through here, if I get into here now, I could drop these now, I believe. Although ironically it starts to become worth it. So I need another int node. And hopefully that's all. So then we come down here and connect that way, or doesn't matter, same. I guess it depends if we want to do the flask effect thing. I think the flasks are like rarely in effect with this setup though, right? I want to grab that point. And then we can respec this and this. Two for two, kind of makes sense there. I mean, does it? We have to go up here anyway, unless we come through over here. There's no reason to. What's this? Projectile speed and damage. PS projectiles. Enemies are close. Alright. Strength. Alright, what do we got here? What are we doing? Evasion rating. If you have been hit recently, increased evasion, reduced evasion if you haven't been hit. You can go careful consideration or escape strategy. Cute. Our powdered matcha, thanks very much, mate. Appreciate it, buddy. Thank you. Strength. Life recovery from flasks. Regen life if you used a life flask. Cute. Debuffs. Oh, here's our ailment stuff. We've got 5 points right now, so we might want to get this damage cluster first, I think. Although, I like this dual socket plus catalysis? It's not catalyst. Catalysis? Damaging ailments on enemies, increase damage against them. There's our magnitude scaling there. There's 10% magnitude for the first point. Then it's 5% in duration there. But we'll also want to get exploit soon, maybe. But maybe we can go get wasting first. Like paralysis? Catalysis? Catalysis, paralysis. Thanks. That helps. What was the other one that we were like going for out here? Oh, it's these ones around the side. Big shock duration, mana regeneration, magnitude of shock. That sort of thing. Movement speed and skill speed over there. Acceleration's kind of tempting to go get, isn't it? The zooms. For now, though, I think we come up and get these guys. Duration and magnitude. Gonna need a couple more points. Do I want to take some points out of good stuff for now to get them? It's probably not advisable, but let's go. My poor defenses. My poor defenses. They disappear. And they're going bye-bye. So we have 20% shock magnitude, so that's 2, 4... So it's 28% shocks now, it should be. I need a jewel for the jewel socket. What are we going to put in there? Chance to shock, triggered spell damage, crit damage penetration, energy shield freeze. I don't think I have anything, unfortunately. I could take some and do a little shuffle. That might be a plan. Crit damage, cold pen. That one seems quite good. So does that one. That one is probably good for like custom shock builds. So those all seem good. Surely there's some others here though. There we go. Jewel. Rare and rare. Well, I'm gonna have to sack one. What do we sack? No one. Slow roll. Come to the reforged bench, you. Show me something good. Spell damage minion crit. Blech. Gross. Gross. Fire damage with rage when hit by an enemy. Pretty low roll too. Mega bomber. Projectile damage, poison, pin. Oh, it's all pretty bad. What's in here? Bad, bad. Guess I'll take, no, I should probably buy one. Takes too long to buy jewels though. Maybe I get lucky with a regal. Let's go. Recover mana on kill. Oh, actually I'm on that. Will do for the moment. I don't think you're getting that duration since it's damaging ailments. Did I read the wrong one? Oh, it is duration of damaging ailments. You're right. Increased duration of damage. Increased duration damage against... Okay, let's reread this. Just make sure it's fine. Magnitude still works for both. Okay. And shock has increased damage taken, which is a big multiplier. It's the only source of it. Okay, so no duration there, but still 30% damage off of these points here. Still seemed worth it. It's a shame we don't get the duration though. Yeah, you're right. This whole thing is kind of like damage element themed. We can just, it just so happens we can take advantage of it. Thanks for the note though. The correction is good to keep in mind there. The one that has duration for us is over here then. This is a random element. You want to make sure you actually have capped res for this, but we do, so. An element doesn't include chaos, thankfully. Otherwise it would be kind of bad. Alright. What are we at? I got one more of these tier 4 maps. This will probably do for now on the passive tree messing. The other thing I wanted to do though was to like, maybe just slim it down a bit. Because I don't know like really how and when I'm supposed to be using some of these guys right now. What do I want to do here? Corrosion, break posture, armor explosion. Wait, oh, what? Oh, yeah. This never actually hits enemies, right? It poisons them as if hitting them, but there is an explosion here. Oh, the explosion does. The explosion hits. The gas cards do not. Just wondering what we could put Culling Strike on, maybe. If anything. We might not even really need shock duration if we do. Stick with the Stormfire setup. But I'm thinking about like slimming it down a bit. Oh, what's going on here, man? Aw. It doesn't tell you that you don't have enough dexterity for your skill because it just turns it off. Boo.
What is it?
Is that enough? Now what? Now I don't have enough strength? Is that the problem? Oh my god. Sounds about right. Oh no. Shit. So what? I can't. I have to. What do I have to drop? 106 dexterity. What am I at? 96. Oh my god. Surprised I lost that much. 3, 6, 9. That's not that much. Turned off more, yeah. You know, a totem might actually be a good answer here. One of the totems. I think they die though. Might have to test that before I determine it's a major problem though. So I got the int for what reason? What did I get the int for? I think I needed the intelligence, but I don't remember why. More intelligence required for my gloves. Shit. They're pretty good gloves too. They're really good gloves. Oh no. What are we gonna do, man? What are we gonna do with that? That's a whole problem. I have to de-level overwhelming presence and stuff, I'm thinking. Yeah. We're gonna have to de-level those. That's why my evasion was so low. You have a belt that would fix that strength shortage? That's true, I do. It would be at some cost. Some cost indeed. Did you brick yourself? Nah, it can be saved. I just need to kind of, I think, lower the levels on these gems. Well, Wingnets is only 12 though. It's not even that high. What's my lowest spirit gem? They're all 14s. Because that's when they start actually dropping as random drops. 13. Okay, if I lower one of them, so if I just lower maybe Overwhelming Presence, which I made into a 16. If I go down to 13 for that. Oh, is it still not enough? Well, I can maybe change over to it. So, 119 strength. Compared to what I have now. That means I could swap some strength to dex. Put that on. Need to get a job. Hopefully I have one. No, gotta buy a job. Dang it. At least we don't have to use actual trade anymore for these guys, eh? Oh. Oh my god, the lag. I did it again. It's just like a little laggy currently. So I'm pressing it a few times. That's unfortunate. My current Overwhelming Presence is quality. No. I'll make sure I keep that for later then. Okay, so this can be turned on now. But more importantly, we need to get to 106 dexterity. So that's an extra 10. So 10 strength has to be swapped to dexterity, which I should be able to do. I think.
Go on.
Nope. You.
Yes.
This one. I'm tempted to like change the movement speed over to this node. Just to get some more stats. I wouldn't miss 3% movement speed all that much right now. But I guess 10 life's fine too. Oops, not that way. So you need to be dexterity as well, and that should be good now. I don't know what I was thinking. Can't equip my random mace, but I'm not using it anyway, it's fine. It's garbage anyway. Okay. Go? I'm trying to, it's just you're making this difficult. I was gonna try and slim down the skills a little bit. Let me see what we have. Siege Cascade. Loads of crossbow with enemies seeking payloads that are fired into the air, dropping a bolt near every enemy in a target area. Bolts lodge in the ground. Explode after a short delay. So you could use this one to be like a somewhat a persistent effect, it looks like. Siege Cascade is your primary skill right now. Sounds kind of cool. Artillery Ballista, and then there's a Ripwire Ballista. Ripwire Ballista could apply several of the debuffs. What would we be trying to drop? Not really doing anything with Oil Grenade except that it is there as like an extra way to ignite. That's probably not necessary. I just can just not press that though. Don't need the space so much as I just want to like think about maybe combining some of what we're doing here. So Stormblast bolts seems particularly effective at shocking, but if we're shocking on Voltaic Grenade just fine anyway, then there might really not be much reason to use it. But if we're not using it, then we either want to consider whether we put Innovate somewhere else, or maybe it's fine. Let me try and just pretend it doesn't. I'll pretend that and oil don't exist for a little while, and we'll play with that and see how that feels. If I just pretend those skills don't exist, we can maybe see what a somewhat slimmed down skill setup looks like. This can be kind of tanky, and if you roll when you place them, they can draw aggro. Yeah, so those might be a good way of like putting down low mental tax extra effects. So we have, assuming Voltaic can shock okay, it might actually just maintain shock itself just fine. We'll have to have a look next time we're like fighting a rare or boss or something. Explosive Grenade is still there to apply various effects, the same as Gas Grenade, various important debuffs, which we can do with this little rotation here. And we can actually clear with either setup, I think, pretty comfortably. That's a lot of lightning damage. Same does. Got stuck in the little spot there. Put a few points into the totem nodes and they do a lot better. Wouldn't be opposed to that if I did it with like a weapon swap maybe. Have you tried shock blast bolts? They work off electrocute. I haven't yet messed with those ones yet, no. What do they do? They like detonate electrocute enemies or something? I'm gonna try and pay attention to the voltaics and see how like consistently they are shocking enemies. Probably pretty consistently in all these little ones. Certainly electrocuting them all. I don't know, like these guys aren't getting shocked. Oh, that one did, 24% shock. It was supposed to be 26, did I mark that one? No. Just 10, yeah, no, 20%, 24. That makes sense. I did mark that wrong. Hey Timmer, how you doing, mate? Good to see ya. He lives. Okay, I keep trying to shoot through the door as it's coming down. I'm just like, the grenades are just getting lodged in the air. Gold ring. I just keep that for chancelled. These guys detonate and should be applying exposure, are they not? Does exposure not show as a debuff? Sure, I thought it does. I'm not missing something on the exposure, am I? Explosion. Lightning exposure. Supports any skill that hits enemies, causing it to afflict a lightning enemy. When it shocks an enemy, it has to shock the enemy. I missed that part. If only I could read. If only I could read. Oh, okay, that changes things substantially. Oh, man. That means we basically have to do, like... drop Stormfire. This guy has to be a pure shocking setup, I think. If only I could read. Okay, so that's conduction, strip away lightning exposure. Explosion, 100% conversion. Yeah. Which means I'm probably not cutting that skill. Explosive grenade. Ignition is not really needed for anything now. What does it do? What can we get it to do? It can kill shocked enemies. It doesn't have to be the one that shocks. So maybe that triggers. Probably doesn't, but probably doesn't. Let me see. Explosive grenade. It might just be a nothing. We'd use nothing with it. Ba 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 ba. Electrocute primed enemies on hit. That is like a small thing we could do there. They don't actually have to, it doesn't have to actually do any damage for that. I could put Culling Strike on them, but you know, it's not really. Is it actually going to land there? It might be a drop explosive grenade situation, possibly. For this one. So if I do that, then what? The problem is explosive grenade was like a way for me to detonate without swapping off storm blast bolts, but maybe that's not what we do. So maybe we go storm blast bolts, explosive shot. And we'll keep gas. Put it over here. Don't know what we do with the oil and fire. Probably not much, really. Alright, well, I'm glad I took a moment to review that little detail. It's rather important.
Not today.
I want to do a bit of testing and see how well this is shocking enemies too, actually. Seems like very well. And it should also be applying exposure now, huh? I've got grenade brain rot. I'm not used to like loading rounds and stuff. Got that full grenade brain rot going on. How do I actually use this crossbow? I've only been using the noob tube for the past like 50 hours. I'm a dirty noob tuber. Getting very confused. Ah.
Surprise!
Give me that regal shard. Shock burst bolts basically, if something is shocked or electrocuted, they explode on the enemy for like 140% AoE in rapid fire, and it does not consume the debuff. Wait, it doesn't consume the debuff? That's a surprising feature. Wouldn't that just let you keep triggering it again and again and again? I do like this little flash electrocute action. I think you could tone down the visual effects on flash a little bit, probably be pretty helpful, especially in these dark zones. Uncut skill gem. Let me have a look at this. Which one was that? Shock burst rounds. Loads your crossbow with a clip of charged bolts which release damaging pulses upon hitting an enemy affected by a lightning ailment. Using this skill again reloads the clip. Projectile 450, attack 33. 100% lightning conversion on there. And I'm guessing they can't shock themselves, or they can. Doesn't say anything about them not being able to shock. Seems potentially fun. Show me the video.
Shock burst rounds explode if they hit a shocked enemy. You can reload manually by using this skill again. Shock burst rounds explode if they hit a shocked enemy.
Brrr. Looks fun. Don't know if it really fits what we're doing here. The payoff tag prevents applying shock. Oh, payoff skills have powerful extra effects when hitting enemies inflicted with specific debuffs, often consuming a debuff in the process. Payoff skills cannot inflict a debuff they interact with. Okay, so it says often, but it seems like it doesn't actually consume it, right? Okay. That's kind of hidden to that, isn't it? Unless you like read specifically the payoff part there. What would we do here? I get with this setup, it would probably be something like you build shock around voltaic grenades rather than damage, and then use this for damage. I mean, we could mess with that. I could mess with that. So if I go lightning exposure on shocking an enemy, let's see. So voltaic with 80%. Lightning fusion is probably still a good idea. I mean, payload as well makes sense. How does this work with scatter shot? I'm guessing not well. Does like a little barrage. So it's kind of like an attack speed multiplier for it, I guess. Actually good? It might be. This kind of turns it into like a pseudo burst fire. Probably not good. Lightning exposure. Innovate. What about innovate yet? I'll need a jeweler's orb for it. What do we got here? Strip away. Probably can't fit that in there. More chance to apply shock. It seems like we might actually need that one. No, I don't know. It's probably going to do it okay without. What actually goes on here then? Primal armament and probably martial tempo or something. Let's just try that for a bit then, eh? Voltaic plus shock burst with flashbang for stuns. I gotta remember we won't actually shock enemies, and most stuff's probably just gonna get blown up by the voltaics. But a lot of my AoE scaling and stuff isn't really probably going to apply to this too much. Well, I guess the AoE might apply to the explosions if I can actually trigger them ever. Yeah, I imagine shock burst only really gets used against resin bosses. So the explosion actually hurts the enemy that it triggers on then, does it? Because otherwise it wouldn't be very useful. Martial tempo, elemental focus is good for shock burst rounds. True, I forgot about elemental focus. That makes sense, yeah. Because you can't apply them anyway, can it? It's basically a freebie. I'll probably add that to it and add the other one too. It's 25% more elemental, so it's the same as primal armament. So we can, but we can't. We could use primal armament elsewhere though, potentially. If you were using it in more of a pack-based situation, get this rope off me, you would maybe want some sort of piercing. There was a node that was like pierce nearby enemies. Like, maybe that could be enough. Whoop. This could simplify the setup a bit though, which could be good. Ah. And this might be appealing to some of the people at the moment who feel like there's too much grenade focus going on. Oh, not using natural crossbow. If possible, if I can keep it to one crossbow skill and then grenades, so explosive shot or shock burst rounds seem like good candidates for that. It's a little difficult to do storm blast because you have to detonate with explosive grenades, so which isn't really very immediate. I'm trying to make something that's going to play very, very comfortably and beginner friendly. It's probably going to be explosive shot or this. I like this one. That was a good suggestion. Thank you. It gives you that satisfying, like, time for this guy to die. It's kind of cool. It's probably use all of your cooldowns of your grenades, and then if they're still alive, do that. Go brr. Shows some promise. Shows some promise. Oop. We're doing a big lever. Wait, am I going to fight the boss? No? Is it just a rare hiding down in there, or is it just here? It's just here. Oop. This is kind of fun. I'm impressed. Open the level, just for funsies. Just for gains, just for some gains. I don't think it even does anything. Well. It was a selfish suggestion because I don't know how to scale it well. Well, I appreciate it. I mean, you're onto something. We'll need a jeweler's orb for it here.
We found a handful of survivors in the area you cleared.
Put them to work. Very good. Good, of course, yes. Hold on, can you ID? Thank you. I should salvage that, I suppose. Extra fire. What do you got? Yeah. There's a bug where if you're holding control and then you move to the next one after selling, it like the label doesn't come up sometimes, but not always. I can't really replicate it consistently. It just makes me seem like a crazy person, you know?
course.
I have an emerald ring and a gold ring. We can buy chance shards now, can't we? What do those cost? Probably a lot, yeah. You get 2 for an exalt. I could also start salvaging my uniques, but I'm building a collection. I'll wait. How you finding PoE2 now it's live? I've had so much freaking fun. I'm incredibly engaged in it. Actually, it's insane to me how much I enjoyed like the combat, especially in the campaign. It still feels really good at endgame. It did lose a bit of that, what really made it feel good early on, but at the same time, it's more fluid. So I don't know. I've definitely had moments where I feel like a real good flow state from when I'm like clearing a breach and stuff like that. Still SSF. I haven't really like purchased any gear, but I have been selling things and using that currency now. So, and buying some currency. So basically just currency trade, I guess, currently. Not really through too much intentional choice. Oh no, I lie. I bought some boots actually. I bought some move speed boots. Because I was sick of being on 25%. That's what these guys hit a chance sometime. I lied to you. I straight up lied. Alright, explosive grenade. So what we're gonna add to our new skill here. Let's take storm blast bolts out for now. I don't think we're gonna use that. And I don't know if we really need explosive shot too much here either, actually. Shock burst, primal armament, martial tempo, and elemental focus. There we go. Quality gives additional bolts loaded per clip. Alright, alright. How much is the conversion on this? 40% for the projectile, and then the explosion is full lightning. Nice, that's cool. Lightning infusion. Lightning exposure, payload. I don't love the idea of using exposure on kind of like the main skill here, but since it needs to shock, and there's not really another good way of getting it, that might make sense. Actually, does elemental focus work here? Hits that deal fire, remove fire exposure, and inflict lightning. So wait, does it have to remove fire to do that? I think it just inflicts lightning, right? Even if you don't have fire exposure? Or does it, like, need it? It doesn't need it? I don't think it needs it, right? Surely. Interesting, because, I mean, we just deal some fire, but the problem is it doesn't work because, like, here's the deal lightning, remove lightning exposure, so... This only really works if you're doing, like, a big alternating bam-bam skill, or if you're doing some messing around with some stuff. It's not really going to work, is it? We're dealing lightning damage and then removing it. Yeah. Prevents try from doing all 3. Yeah, that makes sense. And since we do lightning damage, you know, inherently through conversion, it's not really much good to us, is it? Okay, Stormbolts go in here for now. Innovate. I don't know if it's worth trying to fit those somewhere. Strip away. Stormfire probably don't need too much. Don't need ignition. Okay, we'll see how this goes. I've got like an empty skill slot now. 2 if I take out explosive shot. So we could look at a totem then, couldn't we? That might make sense. Is oil grenade even doing anything? I don't think it is. No, we can use it to slow enemies, I suppose, but that's really not a big deal. Gas grenade does. It strips armor for flash grenade, which is pretty good. You can be on 3. Ballista setup for full pinning is pretty nice. Is it actually going to work for us? I'm curious. Like if it does, that could be fun. What am I doing? Skill. 16, spirit, no. Okay, hold on, 15. Got it up with these. Spirit gem, skill gem. There we go. We'll probably need some supports, I guess. Grab me a job as well. Okay, so let's cut a Ripwire Ballista. So Ripwire Ballista is full fierce. It has its own base damage. It's a pinning. Pin as though dealing 250, so it's probably balanced around being able to pin enemies in some way. It also just has maim on hit, so it is maiming just by itself. So it's always doing that. That's nice. And you can quality scales that pin effect quite a lot too. Interesting. And then we need to see what we can do with supports on it. This might be a fun little extra thing to have. Lots of experimenting today, not much actual map progression. I told myself I was going to do some map progression. Classic. Okay, you come over here. There's never map progression, ever. Debuffs have increased slow magnitude, so we can scale the effect of the maim for one. I use Blister to stun with support. you're like it actually is doing okay stuns. Doesn't really do that much damage for stun build up, surely. Actually doing it? Like I have Flash Grenade for stunning anyway, so I'm not worried about that. You know what I do want it to do though? Freaking Culling Strike. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, Culling Strike. I'm pretty sure I have some supports for this in here. Do I even have a Ballista in here still? I had Font of Rage, that's right. So we could do some Font of Rage, and then... Is there anything for like Pin, Fizz? What's this? Lockdown. Supported skills have 120% more pin build up against enemies within 2 meters of you, scaling to no change at 12. So if the enemies are close to me, they get more pinned. Interesting. Seeing lots of content on Galvanic Shot? Yeah, Galvanic Shot looks pretty fun. I can see that. I didn't mess with Galvanic Shot too much, honestly, though. It might be a better choice than Lockdown. Galvanic is my mob clear. It's been solid. Yeah, look good for that. Have you seen the Culling Threshold helmet? I don't believe I have. Feel free to link it or something. Brutality is more fears. So this also works too. Like if we, instead of doing the more pin build up, but that is multiplicative though, I believe. Pin is though dealing 250, and then there's like 125 more pin build up. So that's actually 120. So that's actually really good though. Up to 120, I suppose. Culling Strike, Font of Rage. It might be better to do Brutality instead of Font of Rage. Especially because that needs me to stand on the Ballista, which I'm probably not going to do. So 35% more base fizz there is straight up 35 more. Might be pretty good. Okay, let's try that one out. Try that one for side. I mean, this has certainly simplified the setup a bit, hasn't it? How do I want to do this even? Put you on tab. Ripwire Ballista on tab. Hey, Demon, how you doing, mate? Thank you. Appreciate the sub, mate. Thanks. Technically keep explosive shot there, but I don't think I'm going to need it ever. Bum, 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 bum. Maybe I can set about making this a bit more comfortable. Flashbang on there, maybe. Alright. Sekhemas setup is wild. I bow swap for Stormclaw arrow to get 300% shock chance. Yeah, I've seen some bow lightning swap action going on. A few people doing the like the things where you stick the pins in the ground and whatnot. It's pretty cool. I rate it. Oh, I was supposed to get that book and get my new passives. Didn't even do that yet. Oh yeah. Oh, that gets me shrines. Oh, 26% chance for a shrine now. Oh yeah. Let's go. There's a boss in here. I like it. Packs of bramble monsters. Let's go. Let's go. I want to strip armor. We got that. Okay. Okay. What does the oil do? How does the oil slow? Show me oil for a second. Oil is slows enemy movement speed by 30%. It'll actually stack in theory, won't it? Maybe I'll keep that there. Just for funsies. For a big old persistent slow. Oil per second. Because I want to say, like, I imagine oil plus the ballistas is probably going to do... I don't know what ignited them all of them, but maybe they did it themselves. I imagine that the slows, the stacking slows here might be kind of fun. Maim plus the ballista. It's a shame I can't look at them here. So the build, yeah, I'm messing with different setups at the moment. But primarily we want to be using voltaic and that, which I wonder if I want to change those hotkeys around a bit more. Find the right hotkey setup is crucial and rather difficult. Yeah. Those are the plants, aren't they? Just got nerfed a bit. Definitely using the wrong skills a lot. Let's try voltaic and flash over here. Where are you, flash? And poison. And I'm gonna do them the wrong way around no matter what. At this point, where I'm in so deep on the hotkey swaps, it's not gonna matter what I do. I'm gonna be pressing the wrong buttons no matter what. And watch me like never use my ballista as well, by the way. Just start training myself to do that. I do need a better mana flask. Increased amount recovered with increased charges. Yes. Yes, that looks pretty good. I think we can swing that one. 491 versus 518. More charges versus less charges used. I don't actually know if it's that much better, to be honest. GGG's the one who messes with my setup. Sounds sexy. Sounds sexy. Hey, little doggy. Down. Oh, hi there. Should use my other things as well, huh? Like my various skills that I have. I mean, that's certainly very entertaining. I think we can kill pretty fast with that. It's good to see a boss and have a little bit of chance to like kind of kill it slowly so we can test some stuff. What's this? Is this the move speed one? Oh no, rat cage. Oh wow, what? Oh god. No, rat cage. 100% fire damage from hits taken as physical. Yeah, that's not what you want. 300 life, and then you die because now you don't have any resist fire damage, and it's balanced around having 75. Oh boy. But I'm sure there'll be something someone does with it in the future that enables some weird build. Is this live? No. I mean, how can I really prove it, right? Even if you tell me to put a shoe in my head, I could have just pre-recorded anticipating. I knew you'd ask this question, T-Bone Steak. So I pre-recorded the VOD of me saying, yes, it is live. Hello, T-Bone Steak. Yes, my dog is going well. Thanks for asking. My nana says this is not live. Damn, you know, it was a bit, I'm a savage. What's she got against me? She prefers that other Z streamer. Scissoring, that one. Is this? She thought she tuned into me. She thought she was getting Scissoring, but she got confused. I was taking it out on me. I say I'd kill for Rat Cage at the moment with Sangromancer. Hell yeah. I mean, you don't have to really kill for it. I'd probably just sell it to you if you want. This is the alternative way. You could just like give me some currency for it. Could also work. Okay, bro, show me your chest. I'm actually earnestly not sure if you want to see my actual physical chest IRL or my chest armor in game. I'm actually unsure because I kind of want to do the opposite, but I don't actually know which one you want. So I can't do the opposite. It genuinely could be either one, and I really don't know. Oh, my first Diviny. My first sleepy boy. Is it still a sleepy boy? No, it's a depressed boy now. It's not a sleepy boy. It's a depressed boy now. Oh, I mean, I guess it kind of looks sleepy still. Are they 40x? Are they? Oh damn, yummy. Wealth gained. Hey T-Bone. Good dropping by, mate. Don't know why. I'm just like habitually shooting enemies even when I don't need to, just from habit for an explosive shot, where I was always using that to clean up random strays. Which it was nice to have for that, actually. I like how the flashbang is like the thunder aspect of the lightning. Lightning and thunder. Maybe it could also be called that, right? Shock and awe, lightning and thunder. Both work. The names. Is this the setup for the ultra end game? I mean, I'm only at like tier 5 right now, so no. We'll see. I don't know. I'm not necessarily interested in exploring ultra endgame content right now anyway, because I don't think any more than 0.01% of players are going to interact with that content for anytime soon. I'm much more interested in making content that's going to be like very beginner approachable. What's more rare? Chance of divs? Chance or divs? Divines are surely more rare than chance orbs. I think well, I don't know. What was it? You know, they might be a similar price, to be honest. I haven't checked the actual price of them, but they might be. Gotta remember to put my ballista down, especially for situations like this, right? Not gonna hurt to have it down. I think my previous setup was a little better for dealing with this, just due to the sheer explosive output of explosive plus cluster, but this is probably keeping the mobs off me a bit more though. Having flash and electrocute. And the rare monster sniping seems pretty effective. I think we will want a bit more cooldown. Damn. Breach feels so juicy. All the drops. Could have that shrine for it. Damn, that's hot. Bloody beautiful it is. Get out of here. Oh, I gotta be fit. I'm able to fit all these, am I? Inscribed ultimatum. still not, no, because you need to probably, I think you need to go get like 3 fragments and everything for that. To get that boss. This one complete? I'm gonna run out of time. Before Mad Break wants to run. Whee! Alright, markers are on the map. Divine Orb rerolls the values on a... I think it's the same as PV1. Randomizes the numeric values on an item. They're used for like finishing an item off. So an item that's like nearly perfect, but it's kind of rolled a bit low. So let's say your life roll is like 180 to 190 and you've rolled 181. Divine will randomize that again. It also applies to implicits now as well. But it just does it at the same time though. A little awkward, isn't it? A little awkward was that guy not being shocked or anything and me trying to finish him off, and this skill just doing like no damage when they're not shocked and then all the damage when they are. It's pretty hilarious. Alright, gotta take a short break. I'll be back. See you soon. This is Endgame Maps. We're at tier 5 currently. Trying to push out, but I'm getting extremely distracted by both making different forms of content that I've been doing and messing with my build setup too. Boop, boop, boop. All right, I'll be back. I'll see you in a moment. Hello, hello, welcome back, folks. All right, let's see what we got, and maybe
Go on.
spray some poison everywhere, because every time I click back to the game, I use a skill. What do you got here? I think we had a divine, didn't we? We got a divine drop. Yeah, I will go ahead and sell that for some immediate exalt orbs for slamming / trading. Yeah, you can have this one as well. Anything else? Looks pretty good. Let's clear out this. Precursor tablet. You. Tier 7s. Stockpiling a few of those. Weirdly, I've been getting tier 7s but no tier 6s. It's just got tier 5s and tier 7s. Kind of strange. Alright, you go in there. So much sorting to do right now without like proper tab affinities. You're high level 1. Unique. Look at that sad, sad divine orb. It looks so sad now. I have a divine orb. I want exalted orbs. Excuse me, one. It's the ratio split here. Good to me. 49 divine, 49 exalts. Hot damn. That's a lot of exalts. Yes. Oh, baby. 50 exalted orbs. I'm instantly rich. Relatively speaking. We gotta use the relatively speaking term there for sure. Probably should buy some gear, honestly, but the other thing I can do is just keep them and keep slamming with them. I definitely should consider getting an extra, getting a jeweler's orb flash grenade. That might be one worth spending that little wealth boost on. We could get a greater jeweler's orb. Wait, yes. For, oh no. They're so expensive. That's so expensive. Well, maybe we're gonna just go ahead and do that anyway, though. Yeah, I mean, I don't have that much quality on the flash grenade. Maybe it's worth just continuing to do the Val Orb spam instead. How many Val Orbs and Jorbs do I have? I have quite a lot. And if I have some skill gems now, 16, 15. Problem is, my flash grenade is level, what, 17 with 6 quality. Now, I'll keep this one pure. Let's go for it. Buy the skill itself can cost way less. You know, that's possible, but it would have to be a 4 socket that someone's just randomly put up for sale, though. Could lose a socket? Yeah, of course. Yeah, I mean, I'm not... You just have to think about how much you're gambling. Right now, what am I gambling on it? Not that much. 6 quality? Not a big deal. I think I might go for it anyway. Wink. Let's go. Let's go. Check. My 6 link costs like 15 less? Really? No kidding. That is good advice, though. I actually didn't consider if this was the best use of this. Like, Flash Grenade might not really have an amazing 4th support. I'm pretty sure it does, though. Because we've got, like, Ruthless alone is potentially worth using. So I've got Heft, Overpower, Devastate. How much elemental damage is it dealing? Enough that we don't really want to use Brutality. Get that Violet and get that last socket. Hey, look, if I can only find one good gem, I don't know if that's a good idea. Oh, now I'd definitely be risking something, wouldn't I? It'd be easy come, easy go on that divine orb drop. But I basically just deleted it. So one could do Discombobulate. I have days on Gas Grenade already. Works pretty well, honestly. Don't want long fuse, that's for sure. Oh, you know what? Actually, would probably be the best thing would just be cooldown reduction. Believe it or not. Close combat would be pretty good too. So I tend to use it in pretty close proximity most of the time. What's RF? RF is short for Righteous Fire, usually. The Righteous Fire is not currently in Path of Exile 2. It is a Templar skill, so it'll probably come alongside the Templar. Break Endurance. The story effect is pretty strong on it. And it helps with the blinding aspect. But I think the cooldown might be the go. What is it? Cooldown. Second Wind? Ingenuity is 30% increased cooldown recovery rate. So cooldown time on it is 2 seconds. How much is it with this? 1.75? That might not be enough. That might not be worth it. It might be more fun to just use Ruthless for the Giga Stuns. That or Concentrated Effect maybe is the go. Keep Scattershot on my Voltaics though for sure, it's working pretty well. Payload, Lightning Exposure, Lightning Fusion. Yeah. Yeah. Seems odd to me as I've made Righteous Fire out of every character except Templar. Yeah, fair enough. But just thematically though, like Righteous Fire is straight up Templar skill, yeah. And they might. I'm curious to see how they change it. Maybe they won't change it too much, honestly. I could see Righteous Fire kind of going in a somewhat similar fashion. They might try and make it more of as a temporary buff like they wanted to do originally. We'll see. Every time they've tried to do that, they've failed. They've failed. Let's go. So now I am actually doing tier 5s. I was using tier 5s to complete tier 4s, right? Yes. Tier 5 plus maps. It actually says plus now. Nice.
Down or die. Everyone you have slain, life, family.
Oh yeah, they came rushing at me there, didn't they? Woo! Dang. Freaky creatures. Love the sounds. Whoa. Oh. Guess we don't go there. What is this map? Slick. Is it like oil, is it? Ugh. Nice. Oh, did the delirium run at that? Oh, damn. I got screwed by the zone layout, look at that. Straight down to a dead end. Just back out of the delirium. That 50 ends. Oops. Sorry, dude. I swear I'm going to shock more of the enemies though. Sol Diego, woo!
Better than coin.
I need to test that shock a bit more and make sure it feels actually consistent. I don't know if I'm just like not really using Voltaic on the enemies that I'm then attempting to shoot. Or like sometimes I'm just getting a little unlucky. It might be that we need a shock support of some description. I would be surprised if that was the case though. Looks like it's maybe okay. Woo! The old Isla Rush Fire Trickster was a classic. Ultra fast mapper couldn't sustain without killing stuff. Yeah. You keep killing or you die. If this build goes below 40 kills per second, we explode. Speed. Path of Exile 2 edition. Sounds great. Those like open flames right next to the giant open oil slicks seem a little dangerous, right? Obviously they have plenty of fuel, but it's a little dangerous. Look at these open flames right there. Maybe it's not like super flammable oil, you know, the less flammable kind of oil. Oh my god, I was just trying to pick up a bone wand, my dude. What the hell? Also, why is my skill not firing? Is that that bug or something? Weird. Don't like it. Chance shard, nice. Need a few more of those. Got a couple rings to chance. Pretty sure that oil isn't that flammable until it's refined. You know, they have those like oil well things, and then they sometimes like have the fire going out top. That must be what's going on. They like refine it on site then, or a different thing? That's the natural gas. Oh, it's like the gas is trapped in there with it as well. Ah, I see. But that's not the actual oil itself. What's going on here? Oh, it's a shrine. Okay. Gain damage is extra lightning. Oh yeah, it's gonna make my build feel a little better, isn't it? They ignite so they don't release methane, etc. into the air. I guess whatever they're burning off is... The off-gassing of the burn-off is better than the actual stuff, eh? My crowd control has gone up pretty good. I think the my survivability went down a little bit due to some passive tree changes. I had to drop a little bit of life and defenses, so kind of rush my current tree. That's also not very necessary though. I probably didn't really have to do that. Damage, I'm not really sure about damage. Like I think honestly it might be even better. I don't know. I think AoE clear is probably not as good. Still pretty good though. Woo. I think PS would be very comfy on this shock burst skill though. Because we don't have as much zoom, it seems you kind of like just pick a side of the breach and keep going rather than trying to do like the circle run. It keeps going too, right? Like it keeps expanding. Like I'm traversing half the map here. I really wish the loot dropped back in the middle though. Or I don't know where you are or something better than what it is. It is kind of cute seeing all the loot everywhere, but at the same time, then we got to go like, ooh, piece of candy all the way back across the map. Ooh, piece of candy. It's good loot though. We're just paying out. 16 gem. That is going to be an upgrade for, let's go, shock burst.
Shock burst rounds explode.
Shock burst rounds. Is there a way to turn the auto aiming off? I'm guessing this is on controller. I actually don't know about that. The auto aiming is probably pretty essential to being able to play the game honestly on the controller. You can I think you can override the auto aiming by pointing your analog stick, right? The right analog stick. If you're talking about not on controller, then I'm not sure what you're talking about actually. You're talking about name lock maybe, where when you click on an enemy, it like locks onto them. PC feels very sticky. So, like right analog override is not really overriding that well. Is that what's going on? Boop, boop. Ooh, wow. We don't have that, like the fuses on these are short enough that you don't really need to use explosive shot to detonate. But at the same time, that does actually make a slight delay where there kind of wasn't one before. You could almost immediately detonate before. Whereas here, I do see me getting hit a bit more before my grenades go off. So a slight downside there compared to detonating shot setup. My mic is really bad for the two skeleton giant bosses. Probably just my playstyle of the grenades. I have no issue with it. It's not like I have to pick out specific targets, I suppose. Full life cannon hit, rarity. Oh, that was life. It's mana. Might be worth picking up some of the tier 2 magics if they're good bases like that. See if they roll like a good life and resist or something. Craft. Inventory's too full. Trade also self-found. I leveled SSF, but I'm playing in trade. And now I've started using currency trade. I bought some boots, but not too much else. So, still kind of mostly in gear we've found or crafted. Just because it's kind of fun to do that for a while. Not out of any particular, like, desire for it to be like some sort of ethical hardcore game or anything. Then I'll never manage that. That guy's got a lot of modifiers. Holy moly. I did not get a shock on him. I still need to try a little bit more specifically, maybe. Good thing having electric here gives us 2 options, which is pretty nice though. Don't get that shock, hopefully at least the electric here kicks in. I think we're done here. Still a fair bit of map left, but not really hurting for maps currently, so that's complete. It's good. That'll do. No, you don't. You're lucky. Get out of here. Before the endgame grenade build, been loving your leveling guide. I'm not sure if I want to like make the kind of generalist fire explosive grenadier build and like just cover that really well, or if I want to try and make something that's a little bit different, but I think maybe more beginner friendly. Anyway, I'm just exploring the options at this point, so we'll see. We'll see where I land with it. I may end up doing an endgame follow-up to my leveling guide. It's also not strictly necessary for me to, because I think there's going to be a lot of other good choices potentially. Like there's already Havoc's gas grenade that you can look at for inspiration too. Was I just using identify scrolls again? I can't stop doing it. I'm an addict. I'm a scroll addict. Good fears, rarity, strength, and dex. Not bad. Not bad.
Indeed.
Gas grenade with Radiant Grief. I don't know if he was using Radiant Grief, but you certainly could. Couldn't you? That just makes you detonate instantly, I assume. Can't charge when you kill an enemy. Recovery applied instantly. I like the recovery rate more, maybe? Although we're starting to get to the point where the instant recovery might be better. Let's keep that one aside. More tier 7s. More precursors. Wish we had like an auto sort for these things. Biggest downside of doing breach right now. You worth using an Exalt on? I feel like you are. 5 damage to attacks? Alright, go on then. Give us life. Accuracy. Pure deeps, no resist. Some life, I guess. I don't think I can use those. 3 eggs for that one. How do charms work? How do I see how much charges I have? If you mouse over it, it says currently has 80 charges, consumes 80 out of 80. There's not really like very good signaling if your charm is activated or not, but you can turn flask buffs on in the options menu, and that shows when they count as a flask buff. We have to do a lost tower here, which we'll do first. Just chuck in one of these. It's actually, the towers being so short is kind of nice when you're doing these completions because it counts as a map completion. So, and it's like a pretty quick map. We just put in our worst one. Like this. No, I'm pretty sure that gives completion. I'm doing hybrid with your leveling and Havoc's Gas with Gem Legionnaire as my ascendancy. Awesome, how's it going? Yeah, there's a lot of room for mix and matching here, I think. Alright, T-Bone Steak. You've said your piece, mate. Thanks for sharing your opinion. Seems like the tower should have a boss or something then. I think that too. Like, why isn't there like... It doesn't necessarily always have to be a boss, but there should be like a boss or, I don't know, some interesting encounter there. Like, I don't know, you fight like a bunch of rare monsters or something. Definitely feels like it should be something there, right? Tower maps are a bit sparse feeling. Waste of time in this game. I'd rather PK. Okay, that's hilarious on many levels. That's very funny. I appreciate your comedy, thank you. YouTube chat has been a source of some pretty entertaining comments on occasion. Oh, acceleration shrine. It's so short. What? It lasts like 5 seconds. Why did they do this to me? Was that actually a shrine? Yeah, it was a shrine, yeah. What was that? Alex the Kid's so much better game. Alex the Kid is a lit game. I can't believe they took our acceleration shrine and made it like 5-second duration. Am I tripping? Was it something else? It really got accelerated, didn't it? Alex the Kid, amazing game. Definitely can agree that Path of Exile 2 has a high bar to reach if it wants to beat Alex the Kid. When I was like maybe 3 years old or something, and me and my dad were playing Alex the Kid, and I got caught by like there's like an underwood section. I think it was like an octopus that catches you or something. And I said to my dad, and he was there with my uncle, and I said, "The octopus caught me in its testicles," and they both like cracked up laughing for a really long time. I was just very confused. I didn't understand why. What are you laughing for? They tell me that story every time they get together. Got me in its testicles. There's another hideout over there. Limestone hideout. Didn't I already get that? Hello? Select hideout. Can you keep getting ones you've already got? Oh. Ugh. So they're just a shitty map then? It's unfortunate. Do you have reduced buffs? Oh, do you reckon the map had like a reduced buff duration? I don't think so. Maybe. Maybe that's what was going on. Oh, we gotta put a precursor tablet in there. Of course. Gotta do some of that action. Mirrors of Delirium, breaches. I've got a few breach buffs stacked in this area, so it kind of makes sense to keep putting them on there. Additional, like that one, for example. Additional clasped hands. Oh yeah, very nice. Maybe I should get this one at the same time. Quantity rarity. Do a rare chest one in there, I suppose. Do you recommend a gaming PC or think a PS3 is better? PS3? I don't even... What is it in the current generation? 5? Well, okay, so... Probably I would have thought that PS3 would be like the best option for some budget gaming, because you could take advantage of the PS3's library of games with some retro gaming action. But the problem is, I think like you go back an extra generation like that, and it starts to get like nostalgia priced. So it's probably actually really expensive to buy a PS3 and a working PS3 and a collection of PS3 games. Probably actually pretty expensive. I mean, if you could buy one from a garage sale, go for that for sure. I'm just trolling, man. No! No, what? Tell me it isn't true. Oh, no. Wait, what? No. No. What? The reveal. No. No. What? No. What? Oh, no. What? No. I was guffawing too hard. I guffawed too close to the sun. What? So, can we do the tower still? You still can place a thing if we finish it? Question mark? I don't actually know if you like lose the tower. Yeah, the doorways in the tower is a bit gnarly. Oop. Yeah, I would not pick PlayStation as my primary part of Exile gaming platform, given the MTX exclusivity that they seem to have enforced. So if you don't know, Sony is a bit weird when it comes to trying to cooperate with other platforms for doing like cross-platform stuff. GGG tried to make all the cosmetics go cross-platform, but it seems like they weren't able to cut a deal with PlayStation to make that happen. So you're a bit limited on what you can do in that regard. Whereas Xbox and PC and everything you can transfer between just fine. And keep all your MTXs. So it only knows if you ever plan on changing, I suppose, but it would be my first choice, not last choice. Yeah, it's just like that, like, it's the whole thing of like having, you know, a charger that only fits your phones and whatnot, yeah, Sigma Cell. Sell more chargers and keep people locked into your platform. It's just that whole thing, isn't it? Which is just a bit anti-consumer. Love that flashbang. We can poke my nose in through the door. One flashbang in the room is just like everything's reeling against the walls, all of it. I love the knockback with it, especially. Very satisfying. You never brick the map, you kill additional mats, and you have to do the walk of shame. Well, you do brick the maps on the regular ones. You lose all the additional modifiers. Oh, you're saying you lose the additional modifiers, but you can still kind of get the map completion, yeah. I just wasn't sure with the tower, like maybe you lose the chance of putting a waystone in. That would be really unfortunate. So failing a tower is not really a big deal then, because you don't really lose much. I don't have another breach one, so let's go ahead and just use it regular one. Chance for essences and extra rare monsters. Looks good to me. Plus levels on some of these things too. Do we see anything interesting? No, but there's a boss over here. Ooh. Okay. In you go. Shall I do my rare one on here? Oh, let's go. I'm gonna die so hard. Let's go. Yeah, so you lose the boss too, because that counts as like an additional map feature. Sad. It's very sad, isn't it? Towers get the plus gold and plus XP mods? Yeah, but they don't really do much on the towers, right? Because there's not that many mobs anyway you're killing. You'd have to be pretty hard up to full clear one of those. Try and take advantage of it anyway. Maybe you do that in like T15 maps or whatever. This is a pretty cool map. I woulda. Looks like I want to lick it. Oh. Looks deliciously gelatinous. Red maps feel so much better after the changes? Nice. Nice, that's good to hear. A little bit less BS. I'm sure there's still a few, yeah, quite a few things I have to tune up for sure, right? I imagine there's still some on-death effects and things. But, yeah, I got rid of some of those and gave you a bit more resistance to play with. It feels pretty good, I imagine. So the soundtrack has like a scream, like a squeal. When you do get that shock right away and then just snipe something with the shots, it does feel very satisfying. If we can make this work as a setup. I mean, it's not going to pay at the moment, but is it going to keep feeling good? Yeah, I think the payoff skill design is a pretty cool thing. I think Monk has a lot of stuff like that, right? A lot of like I guess combos and stuff in general. But the idea behind a payoff skill is to set something up for a very powerful feeling effect, and if you can actually make it feel very powerful, then it's good. It's good, satisfying gameplay. Sekhemas is still terrible? Did you... what happened? Tell me more. Did you, you trying to get your 3rd ascendancy, or are you trying to do 4th or something?
Bloody beautiful.
Bloody beautiful. It's like, Sekhemas changed a lot when I discovered how good relics were. Pretty much a completely different game now. I kind of want to run it again, honestly. I'm falling in love with it a little bit. I don't like it as an, just to be clear, I don't like it as a way to ascend. I think it's a bad idea for it to be the way you ascend. But as a piece of content in its own right, I kind of like it. Click the hands. Yeah, I think the other setup handled being swarmed by Breach a little better. I'm hanging in there, but like if we were in a bit more of a cooked map, could be in a bit of trouble in those little gaps sometimes, I think. Hey, Trident, thanks for the sub, mate. 3 years. Appreciate the round 3 years of support, mate. Thank you. Iron Ring. No, thanks.
Ooh, better than coin.
Better than coin, unit. Wait. Ooh, piece of candy. How superior we're talking? 13%? Inventory's full. It's funny how little damage it does with the like the explosion compared to the projectiles. You really can't use it to like clean up a stray, which I did like explosive shot for that. It was very good at like just one mob that's alive with 20% health. You don't really want to throw a grenade at them. Looks like our boss is over here. The only thing left apparently. Whee. Cooldown 2.46. Can get a little bit more there. Is that Amy calling me intentionally? Hello? Hello, Amy? Hi, Tully. I am on stream, just so you know. Hi.
Oh, okay. I'll message you the details then.
Okay. Wait, did you not know I was streaming?
Pardon?
Did you not know I was streaming? I thought you called me by accident or something. Oh god, it's the monkey!
No, I intended to because I tried to call your phone and then I couldn't and I thought, he's probably
wait, you can't get calls to me still? Oh no. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So I just messaged you. Can you have your phone near you, please?
Yeah, where is it? There it is. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Alright, bye.
Bye.
Good. I thought maybe Tully called me or something. He's just waiting in there. He's waiting at the entrance to the arena. At least I put him in arena. Can I cheese him? Can he cheese me? Oh boy. Okay, this is gonna be interesting. Whoop! What a ruckus! That's fun. Oh! No! Okay, so we're definitely not guaranteed on getting those shock and electrocute, eh? Probably a bit resilient there. Fun. Continue the guide on max roll up to maps. I am unsure if I'm going to do a different build or try and make something that is a natural progression of that. So I'm still exploring and figuring out what I want to do with that kickoff. If someone else's guide doesn't end up covering that kind of just like core Grenadier playstyle well, then I will try and make a very beginner friendly one for that. I don't know why I was using scrolls. Classic. How good can a staff be without plus levels before it, you know, and actually be viable to use? Or do you pretty much need the plus levels? Because that looks like a pretty good staff to me, but no plus levels, right? Is that hybrid fizz? That is hybrid fizz. That's the only prefix? Could be worth a slam just to see. Love to see another build? Well, this is the other build I'm working on now.
Go.
I enjoy Zig going through all the mechanics of the new stuff. Yeah. I mean, that's what I'm doing now in my mind, but maybe you mean a different thing. The Sentry, Gothic Quarterstaff. Level 11, fire damage and chance to ignite. Light radius, fire resist. It's just the very basic fire resist thing, but it's got a bit of ignite on it, so you can do some early game ignite bonking, I suppose. I don't know how much fire stuff is on a monk normally, so I guess that might be a little unusual. It's on an advanced base instead of expert. Wait, sorry. Oh, this crossbow here. Yeah. The crossbow is it's limited, but that said, this is an advanced here, and I actually tried to look for crossbows that were better than this, and there weren't that many in the in the 5 Exalt range. Obviously now I can probably afford to look at more expensive ones, but yeah, so now you'd have to hit like a giant increased physical damage roll, and then it would probably still not be good enough. So I don't think it's going to work now. I think we can go ahead and burn that one.
What is it?
Elemental scaling not being local is a bit tricky. Not that local would work with that setup. What do we get on this? Increased damage with crossbows. Finally, that's the first time I've seen that, literally. Stun threshold if you haven't been stunned recently. Mark skills have 32% increased skill effect duration. Oh, I wish I was Mark. Yeah, I was going to look at Marks, actually, wasn't I? Look at Marks what? Oh yeah, hold on, I gotta read this message. Oh god. Alrighty, I'm going to finish up the stream for the day, folks. Thanks very much for hanging out. I will be back tomorrow, hopefully. I'll see you on then for some more endgame action. You'll have a good one. Bye-bye now. Bye-bye. Yeah, it's just some safety stuff I need to attend to. Just to be safe. Everything is likely fine.